shadows where the lines are blurred. We're standing on the truth of God's holy word. The battle is raging, the energy is high, in the fight between the light and the father of lies. From the armor of God to the sword in our hand, the Proverbs guys are taking a stand. Through every season, through the fire and every test, our faithfulness remains. We're giving him our best. Stephen the founder is all about truth, cutting through tradition since the days of his youth. He points to the scripture, the word of the king. It is written, he cries, let the gospel ring. We're the killers watching the stars in the night. Astronomy and end times brought into the light. The mics are hot, the air is clear. President Dan is finally here with designer talk, showing how God made it all. He's uniquely created every creature, great and the small. We're the Proverbs team, and we're holding the line. Defenders of the faith and intelligent design. Starting in Genesis, we take it all in a row. The foundation of truth is deep and umbilical. Standing united on Christ crucified. The gospel message for which he died. From the first of the pages to the end of the stage, the gospel message for every age. In spiritual warfare, we're breaking the chains. The kingdom is coming, the Savior remains. No accidents here, it was all by design. We'll live with the Proverbs. It's time to let our light shine. The armor is on, the vision is clear. We're standing our ground, we've got nothing to fear. We are ready, let's go live. Welcome to the Proverbs, guys. We're the Malvern team, the Proverbs guys. Welcome to the Proverbs guys. Yeah.
All right, and welcome to Proverbs Guys Ministries. I am, well, I guess right now I'm your only host. I mean, don't get me wrong, nothing happened to the other hosts. They're all fine. We will probably let them out of the closet eventually. Yeah, but welcome to the show. As you can see from the title, that this is a show that wasn't planned. And it looks like my best friend and brother from a Greek mother is in the house, but I don't know if he can let himself. Yeah, he can. So you
Yeah,
came in with your credentials.
I came in 5 minutes ago and I'm like, let me see if there's any stream going on. And I'm like, what?
You know, I really didn't feel like it, but
I know, because we talked about it backstage. If only there was some decent stream, we could just be able to just jump in and not have to have a show. But I don't know what's going on, man. The world's sleeping. The world's asleep.
it's not even sleeping, Achilles. It's dead. Like they're all dead. It died.
What? Yeah. I mean, what can we do? Bring the. Oh shit! I can say that word. Defibrillator.
The discombobulator,
The discombobulator.
the new made-up thing we have.
Let's discombobulate them now on. Bring them back to life.
Oh man.
Yeah, and not only did I just catch a stream, but it was also like right at the end of the intro, and I'm like, let me surprise you.
Well, that was nice because I was fully expecting to do this by myself. We don't have anything important, but I did have a couple topics that I want to touch because I just feel like I'm gonna. So
Right.
we're
Why
gonna
not?
go back over these in more detail. And this was really kind of just a rant, but I know you and I like to rant about the same stuff most of the time. So that's why I shot you the invite. But
Oh, I haven't even checked my email yet.
are you serious?
Yeah, I haven't seen the invite.
Dude, I sent you an invite like 5 minutes ago. That's the Holy
Oh.
Spirit.
No, it was completely random that I just checked the streams and I see this and I'm like, I'm jumping in there.
I'll take it, man. I'll take all the help I can get. So first topic, I'm gonna just name over what we're gonna talk about, and then we'll go back over them. I'm gonna be talking about my falling out with Kent Hovind over the Sabbath.
Oh, I read the title on the email right now. It says, "Brother, I'm starting a dumpster fire."
Welcome to the dumpster fire.
Alrighty.
Number
mean-
2 is no help from Doc for Ron.
After
Then-
what? Come again?
Yeah. Okay, so number 2 is no help from Doc for Ron.
Oh, really?
Yes, and I'm going to
come?
explain how. Oh, I'll get into that.
Okay.
That was like what kind of prodded me into this. But number 3 is actually what made me say, you know what, Steven? Krista's at the store shopping with Granny. You're going to come do this. In my son's homework curriculum, we use these this curriculum called PACES. They're for homeschoolers. It's Christian education material.
Uh-huh.
And in all of these PACES, they give scripture verses for Bobby to learn. And they're great. Like, I love the PACES. I love the scripture verses. But, and keep in mind, this is a Christian curriculum.
Yeah.
But his scripture verse is Ezekiel 44:23. Teach my people the holy ways. And I thought to myself, what a total load of crap. Christians don't believe that. Christians don't believe in teaching God's holy ways. They believe in that easy, believies, blow breezy crap grace. You know, the slope agape. They don't believe in holiness at all. As a matter of fact, if you even try to fight for holiness, they'll accuse you of being works-based salvation.
True that. And
So,
I think that is more of our times. It wasn't like at the time that the book was printed, and then it got a new edition and the next edition, you know. But now we are in those times, indeed.
yeah, and that was the thing. I just thought, you know, the hypocrisy. And so many Christians do it. You know, they'll tell you that the law is all done away with. Don't even touch it. Don't even look at it. But what is a Christian's favorite book of the Bible to quote? Probably Proverbs or Psalms, right?
Okay.
Now, just answer this. Is Proverbs or Psalms New Testament or Old Testament?
Definitely old.
It's Old Testament. But evangelists, especially, who are anti anything to do with the Old Testament, love quoting these scriptures, like from Ezekiel, about being holy and teaching the holy ways to people, especially children. But it's such a hypocrisy. It's such a joke. Christians don't teach their children to be holy. We teach them that as long as you do the repeat after me prayer, you're good to go.
Yeah, well, hello, Eastern Thomist.
Hello.
Hey, bro.
I sent you that email, by the way. I replied to your email about St. Athanasius.
Oh, was that you?
Yeah, that was me.
Dude, I opened that email today and I saw what I wrote you and I was like, that doesn't make any sense, Stephen. So when you responded, I had no idea who you were or what we were even talking about. Thank you for telling me. I'll respond to you and we'll set
no
that
worries.
up. Yeah, and go ahead.
Okay, I was just about to say that I see your point, but there is a distinction between the term covenants. Like, nobody here is advocating that what you need to do is stick to the old law. God fulfilled it, and our new law is the new covenant, right? And that is maybe the trap that a lot of evangelists out there are falling into, that as long as you believe in Jesus Christ, everything else is done. But then what are all those instructions that Paul is giving to churches? Why wouldn't he just say, just believe in Jesus Christ and it's over? So there is the saved person, the one that does start with believing only in the sacrifice of the sacrificial lamb, that is our Messiah. That starts there. But then you don't have a license to sin. There are some things that you can find in the law that shows what makes God smile. And if you actually care, you should not lie, you should not murder, so.
No, I totally agree with you. And that's why I always state very openly and clearly that there is a separation between salvation, which comes through faith alone by grace, and obedience, which is a call to holiness. Like, they're not the same thing. And welcome, Diamond Dave. They're not
Hello,
the same, man. And like this scripture verse, it says, teach them my holy ways. Now, I think there's a problem in the church where when you say holy, a lot of Christians think it means like the Christian version of enlightenment. And that's not what holiness is. Holiness is a call to be set apart. Holy means set apart. What does that mean? What does set apart mean? Set apart means that you are not sinning. Now, what is the definition of sin? The definition of sin is not to transgress God's laws, but we don't teach that. Like, we have just as many Christians with porn addictions as atheists and Muslims and Hindus. We're not different. We're not teaching our children holiness. So I just think...
where is the set apart? If we have exactly the same number, where is the set apart part?
That's my problem, because we've started trading the gospel of Jesus Christ for this cheap, crappy, greasy grace, and we've polluted the church. And now we're teaching our children scripture verses that we're also telling them don't apply to them.
And you know what? In that, you will find a lot of agreement in people like Eastern Thomist, who is in our group today, and Burning Bushes. I think they take it to a bit of an extreme, but for them, salvation is an ongoing process. You need to be set apart. You need to keep doing this, to continue this. So orthodoxy is not into the repeat the after me prayer and it's done. Once saved, always saved, then it's done, right? So I think the Eastern Thomists will be agreeing with you today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what's your say on it, man?
Yeah, I mean Saint Paul says it very clearly. He says in 1 Corinthians chapter 13 verse 2, he says, "If I have all faith that could move mountains and I have not charity, I am nothing." So I mean, charity is, the form of the virtues. It's the virtue wherein a man loves God with all his heart, and loves creation for God's sake, and that is the moment wherein a man ultimately becomes a co-worker of God, because what is God doing eternally? He's perpetually loving, and when we love creation based on the fact that that person is created in the image of God, what are we doing? Well, we're doing exactly the type of work that God is doing, which is ultimately, perpetually loving. And by doing that, we become, God's friends. Aristotle said, friendship arises when two people have a shared common goal, and the shared common goal we have with God is love for him and love for his creation for his sake.
Amen. I'll amen that, ET. Now, also go a little bit further and tell me how we're supposed to love God. Like, practically, in your worldview, what does that look like? Because anybody can say, like, I can say I love my wife, right? But if I'm not giving her attention or giving her affection or giving her admiration or giving her respect or doing and changing things in my life that she's stressing to me need to be changed for her to feel more comfortable in this relationship, do I really love my wife?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and that is one of the things that Saints Augustine and Thomas Aquinas do write about, which is that not all love and not all charity is equal. For example, obviously, if someone loves beer or loves wine, and they love that more than they do their family, or they prioritize that more than they do their family, well, then ultimately their charity is disordered, and that person is ultimately going to lead themselves to their own destruction. Ultimately, the form of the virtues that guides charity is the virtue of justice. Justice is, the virtue where we render to a person charity based on their due and based on what they are owed. So when it comes to, you mentioned loving your wife, ultimately, under the habit of or under the form of justice, the virtue of justice, there is a special office of justice and a special office of honor that you give your wife that no other person, man or woman on the planet, deserves or can have. In the same manner, when it comes to God, there's a special office of justice with God, which we call religion, which is a special office of justice, wherein, we love God above all things, including our own life, and we show that in our prayers and in our thoughts. And so I think justice is ultimately the is the I would say charity is the form of the virtues, but justice is kind of the determining intellect of how we render our charity and in what way we render our charity. I know St. Thomas, taking from Aristotle talked about the intellectual virtues, which was basically, prudence, fortitude, temperance, and these are all ways that you can live a really smart and helpful, successful life. But St. Thomas took that and he tried to put a moral spin on it by adding the theological virtues and saying how the theological virtues ultimately perfect the intellectual virtues. So they're not just like some weird prosperity sort of success story, but they're actually, a means of charity and grace.
Thank you for that. And let's address B.S. Lewis's question here. He says, isn't everyone set apart in the Christian framework? And to answer you, B.S. Lewis, we should be, but we're not. And I don't want to just throw shade at everybody else in the world. If you take a snapshot of Stephen 2.5 years ago, you will see somebody who was worse than any of the atheists in your guys' communities. Like I was a jerk and hateful and prideful and arrogant. Nothing about my behavior was set apart. And yet I was claiming to be a Christian. So the next topic we'll go over, and again, we're just kind of giving you guys the framework of how this episode will look, and then we're going to go back over them in detail. Why fight about it? Politics, the moon landing, flat earth, it's so stupid. It is so stupid to fight about these issues, especially in Christian communities. Like, whether you lean to the left for whatever reason, or you lean to the right, it's not Stephen's business. Your political persuasion does not affect my day-to-day life. At the end of the day, whether everyone on this panel is a Republican or a Democrat, our government is going to do whatever they want, and we're going to get the bill for it, and we're going to get the unpleasant experience, in the aftermath. So it really doesn't matter to fight over left or right. And as far as the moon landing and flat earth goes, this one really irritates me, because whether you think the earth is round or flat, you're not saving a single soul with it.
Or a triangle.
Or a triangle. Whether or not you believe we really made it to the moon, which I'll tell you all, I think it's horse crap. I don't think we went to the moon. I think it's weird that we forgot the technology, and then all of a sudden they decided that they wanted to do it again. And
You remembered it.
they remembered it in like 4 months, and they couldn't remember it in like 30, 40 years. What a load of crap. But what does it matter to you guys if I believe in the moon landing or not? Like, explain this to me.
The only thing Christians should be fighting for is when they find others preaching a different gospel than the one we received from the apostles. That is a reason why we should have an issue with that other person, and we should rebuke them privately or publicly to save others. Now, concerning the shape, for me as a believer, it meant the world as a non-believer. And discovering there is a firmament and that they're lying to me showed me that I have a creator on this earth with proof, and that this world belongs to Satan with proof. But if I don't see the other person needing it to get there, I don't fight about it. You know what I'm saying? You've noticed this. Like, I have my views on the subject, but if the other person is already a Christian, I'm going to hint it, and I'm going to try to get him there. But if he just doesn't take it, no, it's his limit, I'm like, I don't care. I've had debates on flat earther channels trying to show them that Jesus is real. That is something that I will continue doing, because you're almost there, but you're not getting the cookie. You just made it to the jar, but you're not picking up the cookie that you have a creator. But to fight with Christians about it and fight about it and like darken our hearts about that issue, it's ridiculous. I agree.
Yeah. And then
I've
the
never
last
seen a point in it from the get-go, because I mean, I'm not a Christian, but I've never seen a point, because like, whether the earth is flat or round does not change the fact that I have to pay bills, right? It doesn't change the fact that I have a wife to love and care for. So the moon cannot exist for all I care. It does not matter.
Yeah,
The moon can be a 1979 psyop by the Jews for all I care. It does not matter.
Okay, first off,
Right.
we don't have an issue with the Jews, so
I don't either, but that is a conspiracy that is going around, and you can look it up. My point is whether these things are true or wild conspiracies, it does not change the fact that I have bills to pay, I have YouTube channels to run, I have clients to work for, I have a family to provide for. None of it matters.
anyway,
That's why I don't debate it.
although I could give you a response, I'm gonna leave this here and say that is true. That is true. My issue is that I don't like being lied to, I think if you give me a glass of water and you tell me that it has like just one little tiny drop of poison in it, I don't want to drink it. Even if it's a tiny bit of, let's say, gasoline, right? It dilutes the whole thing. I don't want to drink it. I have an issue with lies. I don't like being lied to. And according to the Bible, Jesus is the truth and Satan is the lie. And he's a liar. He was a liar from the beginning. So for me personally, it mattered. If I can convince anyone about it, I will be honored to be of assistance. But I've been asked by Christians, by friends, let's go online and debate it. I don't want to debate it. If you
Yeah.
want to see, if you want to see why people think that way, let's talk backstage and I can show you why. But go public and have a fight and have a debate and see who won and all that. No, I think that's divisive. I don't enjoy it. And not everybody is learning from when I'm having a debate / discussion, I'm doing it for the other person. I'm not doing it to continue thinking what I've been thinking or him thinking what they've been thinking. Somebody is trying to convince the other side. And the more I see people that they just want to convince me otherwise and have a fight about it, I'm like, no. If you want to know why, let's talk about it, but not debate about it publicly. Anyway, rolling back, give you back the floor, Stephen, or if Thomas Eastern ET wants to say something. Yeah, I think it's what we should be fighting for is when people preach falsehoods concerning the gospel, what it is that saves you and what you are meant to do concerning your sanctification, because people seem to be forgetting that term. Once you're getting saved, you're not meant to continue as you were. So,
Yeah.
Stephen and Thomas.
Yeah,
and
I would agree. I would agree. I mean, I think people, I think charitably we should correct people when they're in error, obviously. Like if a person, like let's say, I mean, we talk about the Trinity a lot. If somebody denies the Trinity, for example, or says some sort of Trinitarian heresy like adoption, well, I don't even really consider adoptionists to be true Trinitarians. Nicaea 1 says they're not, obviously, and I agree with that. But if somebody says an error about the deity of Christ, that's something obviously that would absolutely warrant correction because that's a matter of faith. But when it comes to something like, was the moon landing a hoax or is the Earth flat? Even though I strongly disagree with both claims that the Earth is flat or that the moon landing was false, even though I strongly disagree with both of those. I mean, I don't really care if a person believes those two. I mean, I don't think it's not a matter of faith. So it doesn't really affect a person's well-being all that much.
Right.
Whereas matters of faith, like, the deity of Christ, those are issues that can affect a person's faith. And so I think a person should be charitably corrected in those instances. But when it comes to something like, did the moon landing happen? Quite frankly, I couldn't care if somebody believes the moon is made of cheese, as long as they're in a state of grace.
What matters is how we treat each other, and I think
That is true. That is true.
a lot of that is what the law commands us to do, right? So if those disagreements exist, maybe they exist as reasons to check ourselves and see how we treat each other.
Hey, Toronto, how's it going, man?
Hey, how are you guys? Thanks for having me. It's interesting you guys to talk about this. I was actually wanted to talk to you about the greasy grace thing, but I'll talk about this because I was a flat earther for like 10 years, and then I recently, well, not recently, but it's been a while now, but I came out of it, and I've been trying to sort of rejig my epistemology on my channel and stuff, and the what I talk about in terms of what we can know about the world and stuff. I do think
Nobody likes it. nobody likes a quitter. I'm just
No. I didn't quit. I didn't quit. I didn't quit. I'm
okay.
still looking for truth. Still looking for truth. But I do think that you know, if you're a flat earther, maybe you can talk to me about it. Like the notion that the thing that really changed my mind was navigation in the southern hemisphere. You know, and before AI, like it was easy to just kind of hand wave it and be like, well, we don't know the map yet, but we'll figure it out. You know, but now that we have AI, we can actually calculate a lot of that stuff. And I was like, it's the one thing I couldn't explain. You know, I don't think space travel is real. I don't believe in space travel. I still think that's fake. I still think there's a lot of conspiracies out there in the world. But when it
Yeah, but
comes to
it
flat
begs the
Earth,
question. It begs the question: if they're faking it, why? Why
well,
can't
they
they
could be,
just do what math say they should be able to do?
well, no, they can fake it for many reasons. Even if it is round Earth, they can fake it for many reasons. They might just do it to for control, for
No, I mean,
propaganda
why
purposes.
not actually do it?
Or actually go to space. No, I don't think they can. They cannot do it. They're physically incapable of leaving the
So
Earth's atmosphere.
what is prohibiting them from doing it? Because what the
Well,
Bible
that's the thing.
tells me,
Maybe it's from God. Maybe it is from God. Maybe it is
maybe
from
there is a firmament, right? Now,
yeah, exactly.
whether that firmament is like globular and it's around us, right,
Hmm.
or the shape is horizontal, doesn't change anything. It doesn't matter. What matters is that they're lying to us and that they are using names that are very weird. Like SpaceX came along and
Yeah.
has their rockets are called Dragon,
I, I know. It's very yeah. It's very
right?
weird.
And
It's
they
very
have
weird.
the X in the
Yeah.
logo is one
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
the sides is elongated. And if you
Mm.
turn it 66 degrees exactly, it becomes an upside down cross. I'm like,
Oh wow.
like
Mm.
why is the anagram for NASA Satan? There's no
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
word. So the Bible does tell me that the whole world has been deceived by the dragon, the
Mm.
ancient serpent, right?
Mm.
And if I am a Christian and you are a Christian and we're all here Christian, then the Bible verse is not correct because it hasn't fooled us.
No, the world though. It fools the world. The world
Fools the
being
world.
sometimes the world is referring to the non-Christian world, right? Sometimes in the Bible, the
Okay,
world
I'm
is
just saying that there is a vast majority of Christians too that still
mm.
believe we can visit space.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, yeah. Well,
Are they
Christians
even
are subject to
Christians if
being
they
deceived.
believe that though?
No,
Can
no,
they
Oh
be
yeah,
Christian?
Yeah,
oh
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
many. That,
really?
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. The only
The
qualification for a Christian is to
minority,
believe in Jesus, right? But
right?
then many can be
That's what
confused
matters.
about other things.
It's the minority, Diamond Dave, of people all over the planet and concerning any religion that think otherwise than the norm. It's a minority. So most Christians do believe that we gotta somehow there is a correlation between science and the Bible. And
I didn't know Christians believed in science, honestly.
no, you're wrong. First off, true science proves that we did not evolve from an ape. They are lying to you, and you can check that scientifically. But when we bring that up and we bring the science of why carbon dating doesn't work, or why there was a big flood, and that's why we can find all these fossils upside down and in layers, because that's exactly what you would expect with a flood. They are denying that that is science. They are saying that that is religious. Uh, I can. The word.
I would say some a lot of that like Ken Hovind type
Yeah.
arguments against creation science is kind of weak. Like the notion that like I'm not saying I do believe in the biblical narrative, right?
Mhm.
But I'm just saying when they give their claims about like let's say radiometric dating or other things like that, the creationists often bring these weak arguments that make us look stupid. That's why partly even the flat earth
What
thing.
argument do you think is weak?
Well, for example, they'll say stuff like this. Well, radiometric dating, you have to know exactly how much of the father element was in there originally. Only then can you determine exactly how long it's been. So if you can't tell how much was there originally, then you can't know.
There
And
is a
it's
reason
true.
for that.
That's true. Obviously,
Okay.
huh?
Okay.
That,
There,
that's
it
what.
is true. Okay.
That's 100% true. But the thing is, scientists are not naive to this. They have other ways of checking. For example, they use this some methods like there's this one isotope called argon.
Argon dating.
Argon,
Yeah.
yeah, the argon dating is different than carbon, right? Where you can actually
And there
have.
are other methods as well, and there are assumptions in all of them.
Mm. Oh yeah,
That
oh yeah.
that
I'm not saying this is the thing. This is the thing. This is the thing. I'm not trying to say that they're perfect or that we should trust them. What I am saying is that we shouldn't come with these sophomoric, weak arguments against them and critiquing them because it makes us look low IQ. You know, we need to actually come with strong arguments against
I
them.
personally don't think that those arguments that Kent Hovind brought up first and then other creationists have followed, I don't think they're weak. I
Okay,
think
so
they
well,
woke us up to parts of science that we took for granted that there must be some people out there that
mm,
well, and
are
here's the bigger
okay, okay.
part too. So whenever you hear about the dating methods and you put creation versus evolution or science versus the Bible kind of narrative, it really messes up your whole position from the beginning because most of the people who think that there's this big dilemma between the Bible and science have never even heard that there are assumptions built into every single dating method. So they date something with assumptions, and then they back that date up by another dating method with more assumptions. And the common man like you and I, they never even hear that there has to be assumptions in their formula to make these things work. So it's a lack of information. And I don't think pointing that lack of information out or giving people something else to think about, like, maybe these dating methods aren't quite as accurate as they come off.
right. What you're saying, Claude, is not correct. He was not the father. He was the father of splitting the atom. Radiometric dating is not from him.
Hey, Claude, I can up that. My father made the atom.
So
Well, and I think this kind of goes back to like the original topic of like why do Christians argue about it when it doesn't like matter, like
I'll
Stephen
tell
was saying.
I'll,
Because
I'll
like
tell
I
I'll tell
get
you
like
why.
you
I'll
don't
tell
like
you,
being I get that you don't like being lied to, but just speaking from
and
an
it's not
outsider
just that.
perspective.
It's not just that. It is that the whole narrative of Big Bang to evolution is discrediting the Bible, and the more we accept it without looking into those assumptions and all those lies, because added to the assumptions there are lies. If we fall for them, we are actually calling God a liar. There is no way that the creation could be the way it is if it happened in billions of years.
So
So
are you
Jesus
saying
Christ,
that this
Jesus,
is like a
Jesus Christ
personal attack to
himself,
you?
Jesus Christ himself referenced the creation. So if
Okay,
we as
that's
Christians,
fine.
so if we are as Christians say that, well, the Bible was written way older before we got that form of science that we now know better, we're calling Jesus Christ himself a liar. So I think it's a trap that we shouldn't be falling into. But if I see the other person not being there yet, I'm gonna show him where to go. I'm gonna forward him to some creation scientists, not just Ken Hovind, others as well, so he can hear the other side, and then they can make up their mind. Definitely not gonna fight with example with Toronto because he doesn't think all of it is legit. I'm not gonna fight him. I'm gonna
No,
tell
no, no,
him,
no.
check it out.
Understand what I'm
You
saying.
know,
Understand wait, brother. Understand what I'm saying. I'm just saying that
no, I just
theories of
brought it as an
creation.
example of fighting.
Yeah, yeah. I know what
Because
you're
the
saying. I know what you're
Diamond
saying.
Dave, it sounds like we could end up fighting about it. No,
No, no, we're not gonna fight about it. We're just gonna discuss.
Yeah,
But
no.
theories of creation might have something to say about this because he sounds like he's. I mean, from the name of from the title of your channel, it sounds like you know something more about this than I do, maybe.
Well,
But
I mean,
I
I
was,
showed up at probably the weirdest time or perfect time, depending on how you look at it. I just clicked on YouTube, and you guys are having some strange thing, and I happened to jump in right when you were talking about the Big Bang Theory. That's actually a part of my ministry. I can prove that it's actually physically not possible for the universe to expand from a singularity, like the Big Bang Theory said.
yeah. That's a strong argument. But what I was going to ask you about before, well, what we were talking about is radiometric dating, and it's among some of the argument. What I think is going on in the creationist community is that we present these criticisms of origin science, and they're not as strong as we sometimes tell people, and then we end up looking dumb. That's my opinion, right? So what I was pointing to is radiometric dating. And what they'll say is that, oh well, they assume what they assume the original father element, how much of it was there, and then but they can't know that. So then the people tell them, well, that's just an assumption, and therefore it's all just hands up. We have no idea. We have no way of knowing, right?
But I think Toronto. Before I allow Richard to respond to you, I think that what you're saying is kind of not looking at the big picture, because there is more to this. It's not
No,
just
you
the
haven't even heard me. You haven't even heard me out, bro. You haven't heard me out, bro.
Well, I got cut off by Achilles before you even got to talk. But my point was to Toronto's point of looking dumb. I just want to throw it out there as a non-believer. Most non-believers are not like me. If they think your argument is dumb, you're not going to persuade them because they don't care. They're not going to be like me and actually sit down with Christians and actually hear you out. If they think that Toronto is, oh, that's a dumb argument, they're not going to listen to you from the get-go because they already made a judgment and they moved on with their day.
And I agree with that, Diamond Dave. My point to it would be that if you are an atheist or someone of another believer and you're interested in Christianity and you're coming around these channels and you decide that you want to become a Christian based off whether or not Achilles believes the earth is flat or Rich believes the earth is round, you're not sticking around, because we are flawed people. We have our own individual theories about different things in life. First of all, the shape of the earth and whether we went to the moon, it's not biblical anyways. Like, it doesn't affect salvation. So if you come to the faith for Stephen, you're going to end up leaving the faith anyways. We'll just save you both some time. You come to the faith for Jesus. And if you're not coming to the faith for Jesus, you're not going to stick it out because it's a hard life. Like, there's very little fun in the Christian life. Like, we have a peace that surpasses all understanding, but we go through a great deal of spiritual warfare and afflictions for the way we believe. And even on YouTube, what we do here, like, we take so much flack. So, I mean, if you come to Jesus for the right reason. Don't come for Stephen. You'll end up leaving.
There's a creation hopped on the phone, but anyway. Well, look, I was just gonna say.
So Toronto, the greatest issue is look up what the radio equilibrium of the Earth is, and the fact that we haven't reached it yet. The numbers are saying that we should have reached equilibrium a long time ago. And if we haven't reached
what's equilibrium? What do you mean by that? What's that about?
There is a specific amount of carbon that gets created, but a lot of it is living through the atmosphere. And it's like you have one bucket that you are filling, but it has 3 holes. The more you fill it up, the stronger the holes release. But there is one moment that you can find, if you increase the flow, that it reaches equilibrium. And mathematics say, according to how much carbon gets created into organisms today, we should have reached that equilibrium like 50,000 years ago. And we still haven't reached it. So that fact on itself is proving that the whole theory of carbon creation and carbon-14 and dating based upon it, there's something wrong with it. It's not just the assumptions of how much it existed to begin with. It's also this. So without getting more technical, I do agree with Stephen. The only reason that we are doing shows, and Kent Hovind, let's say as an example, dedicated his life on showing some scientific flaws that they are not telling us, is that somebody has to tell us. The truth is the truth, and we should know the truth. And it ends up that the more scientific you become, the closer to the truth of the Bible you arrive. Isn't
Yeah.
that something beautiful that we do need
No,
to
yeah, I appreciate. Look, I
Well,
appreciate Ken Holvin's critical thinking, but I'm just saying I think a lot of his arguments are weaker than they're presented. But anyway, what was theories of creation? Theories of creation. What's your opinion about all this that you've
So
heard us talking about?
I'm not very well versed. I need to study it deeply because it's a very big subject when it comes to radiometric and carbon dating. But I have come across 3 different articles from 3 separate ministries. One being Dr. Kent Hovind, one Answers in Genesis, and then Is Genesis History. They both have really good documentaries and how they explain how it is flawed, and they are using some assumptions in the first place. I really want to look into. Dr. Hovind also has one. I watched it quickly on the Red Shift and how he's able to debunk that, but I don't remember what he said. But I still don't understand how you can look at starlight, right? See a light shift spectrum, right? Like if a train were moving past us, you'd be able to hear the change in sound between as it's approaching as it's going away. The Doppler effect, I believe it's called. The same type of thing when they look at starlight, but I don't see how they can look at a star in a telescope, right, and see a shift in that light and then get a massive distance from that. I don't understand how that works. I mean, I just need to I guess
No, Richard, I can tell you how they do it, but you are right on what you're saying, that it doesn't prove distance. It doesn't prove the movement. It proves movement is one potential reason for the shift, but could be other reasons. Could be different clouds dispersed around the universe that are making other stars look green and other stars look blue. We have arrived as a science to the Doppler effect.
Because we don't know exactly
how they do it, my brother, is that they add the prism at the backside of a telescope. They don't look at the star visually. They look at it through a prism. They put a prism on the backside of a telescope, so the prism is gonna throw the whole spectrum of that light on a piece of paper.
Yeah, it's a way for because visually we can't see all spectrums of light. Like the difference between an LED light and a regular light bulb. The reason it uses a lot more power is because it's illuminating, across the spectrum. That's why it feels so much heat on a regular light bulb compared to an LED, and that's why the LED is so much brighter because it's only emitting light from the spectrum you can actually see. But I understand. Yeah, they're trying to find a way to be able to visualize the entire spectrum when they're looking at starlight. I get what you're saying with the prism. Yeah.
Yeah, but even if it is the Doppler effect that is causing this, well, the Bible tells us in at least 17 places that God stretched out the heavens. So the stars moving away could also be a verification of that. That God,
are they moving away or
are they moving away?
Sideways because the entire universe is revolving around each other.
Recently, like today, I read an article that they have a big issue in the Big Bang community. They have a big issue in the Big Bang community. They have discovered, the scientists that believe in a Big Bang, which is like the consensus today, that the universe is slowing down. Why is it slowing down? If it was the Big Bang, it should continue on the same level as it started. They have arrived to a place right now where the speed of the stars is like half of what it used to be when we started measuring them. not at the beginning, but when we started measuring them, and their speed right now is half. What causes that universe wide?
Well,
So
one
there
of the
are
reasons
things
that came out with
yeah, I'm
one
sorry,
of the
Richard,
reasons
go
that came
ahead.
out now, one of the reasons they came out with dark energy and dark matter, they look at the universe and as it's expanding or moving away, right? If you throw gravity into the equation, it should have slowed down and all compressed back to one by now. And they can't figure out why it's still going away. This is the first I've heard of it that they actually think that it's actually slowing down. Maybe
Yes.
they're just trying to some sort of explanation for
No,
that.
well-
I'm not sure.
Well,
Yeah.
actually, the problem with the dark matter thing was because they thought the universe should have been expanding more quickly, than they've observed, right? So then they had to say, okay, there must be something, something creating more gravity there in order to slow it down. You know what I'm saying? So that's when they established this model of dark matter.
Right.
The
Which is what
problem
Richard
is
what
nothing
Richard
you just said is science.
Of course,
Science is
yeah.
demonstratable, testable, and observable.
Mhm.
None of what you just said, which I realize is their narrative, none of what you just said is considered science. It's just not.
Of course, yeah. But the
it's an
thing is, like,
assumption. Why?
this is the thing.
Right?
Yeah, there's some assumptions there, but like, let me put it to you this way. I used, like I said, I used to be a flat earther, so I question all this stuff, space science, all this stuff, right? And the theory of relativity and all these things, right? When you think about it, what they're doing, they're not. Yes, it's true. They can't test relativity. They can't test whether space time is curved. They can't actually look at that, right? But what they're doing is they're looking at what they do, what they are able to test, and they're saying what's the best theory to kind of explain all this stuff that we're seeing here. And relativity, for example, is one good example. But it does have problems. Like I say, when you look at the model with relativity, it should have been expanding much faster, and then they had to come up with this dark matter kind of like, it's kind of like an ad hoc kind of explanation to try to save the theory,
Yeah. And the creationist approach to today's scientific consensus is that everything that we observe in the universe is actually being told to us by God in a book that doesn't claim to be scientific, but it gets verified scientifically.
Mm-hmm.
And the more you dig into it, the more you discover things that don't make sense. Like, we take for granted a new believer or somebody that doesn't believe. I just came back from a house of a friend who's still on the fence. They take for granted because they've been too busy raising children and working and doing all the stuff that they need to do to survive. They didn't take the time to discover that we're not dating fossils with carbon dating at all, ever. We don't do that. We date them according to where we find them in the geologic column. And
Well,
then
these other, yeah, obviously, like,
yeah, but
dinosaur
wait.
bones, you can't.
The geologic column was theorized in the 1800s. And then we date the layers by the fossils, and we date the fossils by the layers, and you have evolutionary scientists admitting that and saying, we understand that is circular reasoning, but people out there think it's radio dating and carbon dating that proves the time.
Well,
No.
and also, Achilles, the geologic column is a scam.
Yeah.
There's not a single place on the entire planet Earth where you can go dig and come across fossils from all of their geologic layers. It doesn't exist. What they do is say, we found this layer over here, we found this layer over here. And that's why when you send things in to get dated, they ask you where you got it from so they can fit it into their artificial layer system. There's nowhere on Earth you can go dig and find all these layers with different fossils. Nowhere. You have to dig here in this part of the world, here in this part of the world, and then they say, this is your column.
Right. And there is one
Well,
place you
that's
can
the
find
thing
the
I wanna-
geologic column. If somebody
Back-
wants to find it, there is one place, Toronto, that you can find the geologic column. And you know where that is, Stephen, right?
Your imagination.
The textbooks. It's the only place it exists. It's in textbooks, in biology textbooks. It doesn't exist anywhere else on the earth. It would be 50 miles high if it existed.
I mean, sure, but you have to keep in mind, and this is interesting to listen to, just like Christians kind of discuss these amicably. Like this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, is like the average non-believer doesn't even think about this in daily life, right? Like you're talking about textbooks, you're using academic terms. Most people don't even think about this, right? Like I don't even know half of what you're talking about, other than I heard this all in high school and I've never used it in my life since. Right?
But you
People
take it for
don't
granted.
think about that.
But you take
Well,
it for
no,
granted.
when we take it for granted, we don't think about it. Like this
You took
doesn't
it
even.
for granted, though, when you began living out your life. You took that for granted. And it matters because if you did evolve from an ape, then you're nothing but an animal. Therefore, nobody's going to judge your actions.
Well, it doesn't matter if people judge my actions or not. The point is that like it's not even people taking it for granted. Is people
I didn't
don't
say people judging your actions. I said that if we have a creator,
okay,
then
but
that
okay,
creator might
fine.
judge
Like
our actions.
people still don't care that there's a creator that
That
will
is a
judge our
problem.
actions.
That's why we are in a world that is deteriorating the way that
Sure,
it is.
but going back to just the point, I'm just bringing up for like the viewers and people watching, like this, a lot of this is like academic, and it's just interesting for me to hear Christians talk about it from the academic side, because it doesn't apply outside of Christianity whatsoever.
Yeah, look,
It does, though.
The
No, it doesn't.
if you
No,
don't
it doesn't.
care,
atheists will attack us and stuff.
Wait,
That's the thing.
you don't think science applies to the Christian faith?
No, what I said outside of the Christian faith. Show me in like, and we could use myself as an example. Show me in my daily life one time where geology comes up. Show me one time.
No, this is what happens. This is what happens, bro. What happens is atheists and people that want to disprove Christianity, they will attack us on these issues.
Sure, but
the
that's a
point,
very
and this-
small minority, and we all
Well,
know that atheists
No, it's not.
are.
It is not a small minority.
You're right. He's right. They're a small minority, but what happens is they're loud and they're educated, right? So they're the ones who are making the most noise. They're kind of thought leaders for other people and stuff. So that's why we need to be able to respond to them intellectually. That's what I'm talking. That's where we get into these discussions, you know.
Well, it does
Gotcha.
tie directly into our faith too, because
Yeah.
the fact that the world cannot be even 1,000,000 years old, much less billions or whatever they say it is now, that proves that we cannot come from apes, because there's not enough time. So if you sit and evaluate your life and you realize, I don't come from an ape, my life probably has a purpose. I was probably designed. That matters.
Steve, I agree. Listen. Let me just say this one more time. One more time, right? I agree with you. I believe the Bible's narrative. I believe in Adam and Eve, the whole thing, 7-day creation. I believe in all that stuff. Okay, but I just want to say that I'm telling you guys, when you say stuff like the geologic column is just made up, when you say stuff like this, scientists are going to laugh you out of the room. And
I don't care.
Make it look as
I don't care
no.
because
Don't say that. Don't say that.
No,
because
I am going to say that because I'm going to ask them to take me to the place where I can find all of the geologic layers together, and they cannot do it,
bro. Of course, they can't do that. But this is the thing. This is what they're doing. What they're doing is they're looking at their observations all around the world, and they're seeing a consistent pattern, right? Where you have this like layer where there's like trilobites and stuff like that. Then there's a layer where there's like dinosaur bones.
yeah,
and then
but
there's
which
another
can be
layer
explained, which can also be explained by a
by the
worldwide
flood.
flood.
Yeah, I know. See that now. Let's see do that. Let's see go with that. The flood created this layering. All right, I get that. I understand that argument. However,
sorry to interrupt.
there's
I just
another
want to say
problem with
thanks.
that.
I gotta go. No, thank you.
Oh,
Bye.
Come back,
oh,
Richard.
sorry.
Come back.
Yeah. Come back
Have a
again,
good one.
brother. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you.
No,
Get back.
I would love to share more. I wish I could, but I've got class starting in 3 minutes. I can't. So have fun.
All right, see you later,
Bye.
Rich.
I mean, physics
Have a
won't
good-
allow
have a
the
good day.
universe
God
to spin. Hands down.
yeah,
And
you're right.
now.
You're right. I agree.
And now.
You're
I
right.
agree.
You're right, Rich. Thanks.
How did he flip that?
Um,
How did he do that? Does that happen all the time when somebody leaves, flipping the screen? Anyway.
I don't know. He may have hit mirror first or something. I'm not quite sure.
Right. I gotta be doing that.
Restream just I've noticed Restream just like moves people around randomly, and I have no idea why. Like it'll be in the middle of you talking, and then everything just shifts.
Oh,
Or, like,
that's
Toronto
usually
while
me.
talking.
That's
Oh,
us
okay.
clicking.
Yeah.
Oh,
buttons
that's you
right
guys
here,
doing.
like,
Okay.
I have
Yeah.
ADHD and excessive compulsive disorder, so I'm always doing something.
That makes sense. Okay.
So Toronto, the whole issue is that there was a time when Christians didn't have arguments for this,
mhm.
and they allowed this to go on. But now we have arrived at the time that we do have.
Yeah, I
the
agree. But I would just say, like what I'm saying to you is, we need to come with the sophistication of our arguments at a level where we can actually match with them and discuss these things. You're right, Stephen. You're right, Achilles. That the fact that they don't have one continuous stack for the geologic column is a problem, right? There's no one uninterrupted sequence, so we can actually say to them that that's a weakness in their theory, and the fact that they use correlation to or the correlation that they observe is kind of based on interpretation a lot of the time, right? That's another weakness in their theory. So we can point out these specific weaknesses and discuss, right? But if we just kind of say, oh, we just hand wave them and just dismiss them, it makes us look anti-science. It makes us look anti-intellectual. That's where we don't want to be, because the thing is, the Bible. You're right. The Bible is scientific. I don't know. Did you guys know that?
But here's the thing, Toronto. Here's the thing.
Mm,
If I were to ask you, what are the three pillars of ignorance and unbelief on this earth?
mm,
Three pillars. Can you give me a Bible verse that describes them?
About the three pillars of ignorance and unbelief. I can't think of one off the top of my head. What do you
All
got?
right. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not testing you, but because I have it handy and I'm making a video which is titled that way, that's why it was so fresh in my memory. So here it is. 2 Peter 3:5 says this, that in the end times there will be mockers
Yeah, scoffers and
and scoffers, and they will be willfully ignorant of the following things. Now notice the three pillars.
right.
A, that by the word of God the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of water and in the water. Number one. Number two, by which the world that has then existed has perished, being flooded with water. And number three, that the same heavens and the earth which are now preserved by the same word are reserved for fire until the day of judgment.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good point. Brother. And you know
So
what?
we have these three pillars of ignorance.
Yeah.
One
Yeah.
of them is creation, and evolution is trying its best to convince people that it had never happened. So to disprove God. The second one is the flood, and the third one is the judgment. So it's pretty hard to go to somebody and make them a believer by talking to them about judgment. But it is easier to try to show them the evidence about a creator and that the flood existed. Therefore, that creator has the right to judge me because he did it before, right? I rest my case.
No, yeah,
That's
you
why
make
it
a good
matters.
point. You make a very good point.
I'm just
I
going to
do
throw this out there. It's even easier to convince people by just living a Christian life.
Well,
Right.
that's important too. That is
Right,
important too.
but
And
I mean, like
actually,
you could sit here and talk about the flood. I'm gonna be like all day long and give all the evidences. I'm gonna be honest. People like me don't give a shit. We do not care whatsoever.
actually,
Right.
the stream today started based on that, on what you're saying.
Yeah,
No matter,
but I mean,
no
the
matter
point
the
is like
argument,
living a Christian life, and this is something that
Right.
I actually resonate with because I am a Hindu. And for those of you that don't know, Hinduism is more than just theology, it is a way of life. And the reason why Hindus actually talk to Christians is specifically Christians just living out their faith. not
Mhm.
arguing about evolution, not arguing about, the flood or whatever, not arguing with atheists, but just living out their faith, right?
Mhm.
And that's ironically why I gravitate to more pages where I see that and it's like, okay, I don't agree with their theology, but I can at least listen to this person because they're at least living a life that is consistent with what they believe.
But Diamond
Mhm.
Dave, what if it's important to me that you understand your value? That you're not a cosmic accident that was started by cosmic stardust, like a Big Bang sneeze that brought everything into existence, like you didn't develop from an ape, and that your life has a purpose, that you were made in God's image, that He specially designed you, even with all your quirks, and even with your
Mhm.
little rebellious streaks, like everything about you, He designed for a purpose and took time and admiration and love putting into you. Like, that's
Sure.
important to me. You can't get
That's
that with
important.
evolution.
That's important to you, but the question is it important to me? Is it
But it's important to
them?
us, and we're not on your YouTube channel. Like, we
Yeah,
are
but
here to tell people that they have
exactly.
value.
Sure.
And I'm gonna turn
And
the question around to you, Diamond Dave.
sure.
Isn't it important to you?
Not really.
Whether you are
No.
whether you are a cosmic accident or you have somebody that completely planned your life and made you that way, the way you are, and he loves even your mistakes,
To
doesn't
be
that make it
honest,
different?
no.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Because remember, I believe in reincarnation. So what was does not matter because where I'm at now is not what I was then, regardless of how you want to spin it.
Okay, but if I were to do you harm, according to the perspective that you have a creator, you would have treated me differently, and you would have said, "I will not uh, pull an eye for an eye. I'm going to forgive you because that's what God calls me to do." But if you think you just got wronged and there's only one way to make right, and that would be to wrong me equally, that kind of affects your life, whether you want to believe to admit it or not.
Your question split down two different roads. So are you saying that if there's a creator that loves me, I would not pull a knife? Or if I
Yeah.
was just created with a purpose? In Hinduism, we have that belief. I would still kill you. I very much strongly believe in honor killings. Okay.
Okay, well,
Because
no,
I believe they
Christianity
are
doesn't.
commanded by God.
But again,
Christianity
that's
doesn't.
because you don't value the human life the way we do. Like, no disrespect, I really enjoy your
Sure,
company.
no,
I
and we
like
agree
you a
on
lot.
this. We
Right,
have a
but
different
you
view,
don't
but the
value
difference
life because you believe that we came from apes. We're just animals. So what is it for an
No,
animal
I
to
believe
harm
we were
another animal?
created. I believe we were created by God. But even if I came from apes,
What God,
like it
though?
doesn't matter. I would still kill you. Like it doesn't matter to me.
But I thought you believed in reincarnation. How you also believe you were created by a God?
Yes. Are you foolish enough to think that reincarnation involves species? Because that's a huge
Wait,
misconception.
you just said you also believe you evolved from an ape, but you do
When
believe
did
in
I say I
reincarnation.
evolved from
Right
an
now,
ape?
that's what I heard. That's what I heard. I'm sorry.
Somebody clip that.
No. There's no
When
need.
did I say we evolved from
He
ape?
didn't say that. You can just tell me we're having a discussion. The thing is that I just understood from what you said that you also believe in evolution, but also that you were created. And
So
I
here's the
confused
thing.
me.
Two things can be true at the same time.
Oh.
I believe animals can evolve, but people are created. That's why we have a different kind of soul.
Right, but the
Okay.
theory of evolution is that we evolved from an animal. So, like, that's
the
my point about
Western
speciation.
scientific- Yeah, that's the Western scientific view.
But let
I
me
don't-
ask you.
Wait,
Sure.
go ahead, ET.
I recommend reading Father Matthias Shebin's book, The Mysteries of Christianity, where he does talk a little bit about evolution. And he denies evolution, and he says one of the problems was now this was from the early, I think he was in the late 19th century. So this was when, the world was changing. It was starting to move away from Christianity. And Father Scheeben basically argued that the problem that Darwin had was Darwin was trying way too hard to try and prove the world from purely empirical evidence, as opposed to the Thomistic model, wherein faith and reason basically come together, and faith is just another science that is totally compatible with reason. And so Father Scheeben did a good job of debunking evolution. He basically makes the argument that the soul is the form of the body, and therefore, because the soul and the body are hylomorphic, which means they're basically one principle. They're distinct, but there's still one principle. A human soul must, or a specific soul must, subsist to one body. It's not like you, Toronto Bible Study, or you, Stephen, just had a random soul that happened to be in the body that you're in. God, the soul you have is distinctly and completely made and designed for the body that you're in. And since animals do not have what we call rational souls, they have what we call sensitive souls, then it would be impossible for a rational soul to turn into a sensitive soul, or for a sensitive soul to derive a rational soul. Since the soul is immaterial, it can't undergo change like matter, like the body can. I mean, it can undergo spiritual change from God, but it can't undergo material change like how your body ages or your body changes. And he came up with a better explanation as to why human beings seemingly have the same DNA as apes, which was simply that God is a wise designer. Wise designers tend to, use the same tools for different projects. And so it belongs to God's wisdom. But it wasn't that we evolved from apes. It was just that God, some of the, same tools he used to build other parts of the universe.
Sure.
He used to build us.
That's actually very similar to what I believe and what like many Hindus in my sect of Hinduism believe, right? Especially when you mention the difference of souls between animals and humans. That's why humans reincarnate, animals do not.
May I ask though, why I heard you yesterday that you were saying that there are different theories within not Judaism,
Hinduism.
Yeah. Those theories.
But I do remember that what I've heard back in the day was that we have different life forms in our past incarnations.
I specifically said there was not. And
Yes,
that was a question I believe Stephen asked, where like, will I reincarnate as a Canadian or will I reincarnate as a Mormon? And that's when I brought up that we don't reincarnate as animals.
So according to which theory though, because does it depend on which person I talk to, or is there a specific part of Judaism that Hinduism?
I'd have to go. Wow, yeah, he thinks I'm Jewish.
Is this a specific part of Hinduism that believes that, and another specific part titled that way that doesn't believe in that? Or
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to have to do research on that. That's something I would like ask a pandit or like do a deep dive on. In my experience of just across the board, I have never met another Hindu that believes that we came from apes or that we reincarnate as animals. But there's almost 1 billion Hindus, so I haven't met all of them. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so the first thing that popped in my mind was the movie 7 Years in Tibet with Brad Pitt, if you remember that they wouldn't
I've never heard of it.
Okay, so they wouldn't dig to create a temple because the worms that they would kill was the previous incarnations of them. So it is official enough to be put in the movie. And then I asked...
that's Buddhism, though. That's Buddhism.
Yeah, that's Buddhism. That's not us.
Okay, so I just asked the question here on Google, does Hinduism believe we incarnate from other animals? And it's an emphatic yes. Hinduism teaches that the soul...
That's the majority.
can
That's
and
definitely the
does
majority. Yeah.
reincarnate across different life forms, including from animal to human and human to animal, as part of the cycle of samsara.
That's why
Is-
vegetarianism is so popular among Hindus, because they'll
Well, the
often
Right.
interesting thing about that, and this is where I'm like I said I would have to do a deep dive, right? Is
Oh, very
because
deep.
my experience in India with Hindus and my experience with this is different than Google. And in my experience with Google, I've done a lot of Googling, and a lot of it was either wrong or something I haven't experienced.
Okay,
So
my brother, I don't know what
clearly
you're saying,
Google.
but what I read here says that Hindu tradition, particularly mentioned in the Puranas, holds that a soul passes through 8.4 million species of life, including plants, aquatic life, insects, birds, and animals before taking human birth.
Okay.
Okay.
So I don't know how you haven't encountered it, and I don't think Google
All
decides
right,
to be.
all right. That's okay. That's okay. All right, but
Well, and
Dave,
that's
let me ask you this.
It
Dave,
only
let me ask you
matters,
this, man.
Toronto. It matters due to the argument that,
Of course, yeah. But you don't
yeah,
want to
that
like.
Diamond Dave
Let's not
said
get into too
that
and I
much.
I
mean
believe
that's
in
fine.
both evolution in species, but man is a special
With humans.
creation, which
Right.
would also lead me to ask then, from which of the Hinduistic gods was man created?
That I fall under Shaktism, so that would be for me goddess Parvati.
Mm.
Okay. So we got that one part down. I'm gonna look into the other part, but
Okay.
what that god is.
Well,
God or goddess?
it's
Is
a
it a god or a
goddess,
goddess?
right? Parvati, it's a goddess, right?
Parvati, yep. Originally was a human called Sati, I believe, and was loyal to Lord Shiva, set herself on fire in ritualistic suicide, reincarnated as goddess Parvati, and Lord Shiva married her.
So
And
do you believe that there's like that there's a real, like we can actually that we got what we perceive is real, like or do you believe in Maya, where it's kind of like we
I'm going to be
don't
honest,
understand
I'm still studying that because I've done like I'm one of those nerds that likes to do deep dives into like quantum physics and temporal mechanics, right?
Mhm.
And a lot of it's over my head, and I'm still trying to process it and be like, okay, are we actually real? You know,
Mhm.
like is reality a thing? Is it a simulation? Right?
Mhm.
So I'm still doing my own journey and my own research and putting pieces together. So that's why
Yeah,
I
but
say all the episodes. I don't have all the answers.
D,
I know
allow me to call you D, because I kind of like that, calling you that, because you're DD. So okay. So our issue is that
Mhm.
just because we do believe in judgment after death,
Mhm.
it is imperative to get people out of that. Well, I have time to figure it out. No, we don't, because we don't know when we're going to die. So whether we are real or not, whether we are in a matrix or not, is something
Mhm.
that we should put as a priority. And we do not, as species. We don't, right? We're like,
Yeah,
yeah,
from the Christian perspective, I mean, from a Christian perspective, that makes sense. From my perspective, I've always seen it as okay, that is your imperative, right? But let's say you're true. Let's say you're right and I'm completely wrong. I'm willing to explore this. Let's explore this right now. Let's say I am completely wrong and you are right. I die right now and go to hell. How does that affect your salvation? How
um,
does
It
that
it is
change
it is terrible for me. For me, it is
It's
terrible
just
to
so
it's
you're
a,
know.
just
it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. We don't. It doesn't affect our
you're gonna go
salvation
to
at all.
heaven and cry, is what I'm hearing.
No,
No. We won't
it
cry.
is
We
a
won't cry. We
tragedy.
won't cry.
Go
But
ahead, Toronto.
it is a tragedy. It is very sad. It's just sad because you are a child. You're like, God loves you and we love you. You know, we want you to have a beautiful
Sure.
life in heaven forever, right?
But
Rather than
what
having this.
practically changes other than emotions? What
Well,
practically changes?
I can answer that question. The form of the virtues is ultimately charity. I was talking about this at the top of the stream. Charity is the virtue wherein a man loves God with all his heart and then he loves creation for his sake. Scripture is abundantly clear that charity is absolutely necessary for a relationship with God. And so part of charity or love is that it is desiring the good for another. And so, as someone who has charity for God, I am required to hope that you, Diamond Dave, are saved. I'm
Mhm.
required to want you to be saved. If I say,
Yes.
doesn't matter, he was a Hindu, whatever, he does. If I say that, then ultimately I'm acting against charity. And
Sure.
without charity, I have no access to God. Um,
Sure.
I
So
don't agree.
you
I don't agree with that, David. I don't agree with that. I agree. I believe that whether I try to help you or not, whether I ever give any charity whatsoever, I'm going to heaven because I believe in Jesus Christ. So I don't agree with that. I just want to help you personally because I like you, and
I
because God
get
wants
that.
you to, right? You know what I
I
mean?
get that, but with all due respect, I'm still waiting for an answer to the question.
Can I
Okay.
try to give you an
Practically,
answer?
yeah.
Right.
Is your marriage gonna collapse? Are you gonna lose salvation because I go to hell?
No, no, no.
Right.
We
So what
don't do it. We
practically
don't do it out of
changes?
any consequences. I don't think there's going to be a consequence if I don't give my 100% to save every single atheist. I do agree with a lot of what Eastern Thomas was saying. Now, when he's saying
Mhm.
charity, he's talking about love, and we need to
Gotcha.
have love for common man. But let me ask you, with your worldview, and this is to answer your question. Um,
Mhm.
don't Hindus care if they have like a neighbor who they really care about who is not living what a Hindu would consider a good life, and they're headed to a really bad reincarnation? Like, isn't it a Hindu principle that you want them to have an enlightened reincarnation? Or would you
That's
just
their
let your neighbor?
responsibility.
Yeah,
That's their responsibility. Well,
who
here's the
cares
thing.
about them, wouldn't you care? Like, wouldn't you
To
try
a
to help them
to
have
a
a more
very
enlightened reincarnation?
to a very limited point. I mean, you would want to address things, but ultimately there's the lack of attachment, right? So, I mean, like, to put an example, my wife, sure, I would address things, but I'm ultimately not responsible for that.
No,
And
but
I'm
if you do love
going
your
to be,
wife, which I totally believe you do, like no question
yeah.
there. But since you
I
love
mean,
her,
now with
like,
my
aren't
wife,
you going to
I
strive
might
for her to
push
be
it a bit
enlightened?
more.
Well, what about your
Uh,
in-laws?
well, my in-laws, that is completely different
I'm
because they're not
assuming you get along with them.
I do, yes.
Okay.
My
So,
So
mother-in-law,
don't
yes.
you love them to want them to have a better incarnation?
To an extent, but they are old. Like my mother-in-law is far more older and experienced than I am, so I trust that she knows what she's doing, even if I don't understand it.
Okay, but you're not answering. But to be fair, let me go back and try to give you my answer.
Okay.
Your question implies an ulterior motive. You're implying that if I get you saved, I get some kind of reward. The Christian perspective is that I want you to get saved just so I can say, yes, we got him saved. That's it. There is no reward about it. It's not for
So
what happens to my life if you get saved. It's just that because I believe there is a hell, I don't want people going there. I want
let
them to
me
get
ask you
as
this, because that's where I was going with this. Is so I've read in the Bible you get crowns of glory, right? You get
all right.
crowns of glory. So if you're not saving people for crowns of glory, what is the function of the crowns of glory? And why do some get more than others?
According to the Bible, there are rewards for living a righteous life,
Hmm.
but we are given a commandment to love others as ourselves. So if you are doing it for the reward, you're not doing it for your brother, you're not loving them as yourself. You're
And
you're
if I
loving
could
them
give
That's
a
for
good
why that's why you're not works based. Okay, that makes sense.
and if I could
Okay.
give a good example, this is something that Kent Hovind does all the time. Kent Hovind will go on and on and on again about building up treasures in heaven and building up treasures in heaven. And I think that is the worst way you could take on the Christian walk. I don't ever think about rewards in heaven. I will just be thrilled to be with my Savior for eternity. I don't care if I get a single crown, a single jewel. I don't want it.
Amen.
I don't
Amen.
want it. I never
I don't know.
think about
I
it,
don't
but
know.
I want your
Why
soul.
do you think like that? Why do you think like that, man? Because why does Paul tell us to go after the crown, to run the race? He
To
tells
go
us
after
run
the
the race.
crown, not rewards.
no, he
Right.
says no. He says run the race to get the crown, right? So he's
Not the
telling us to
crown,
get the, yeah,
like to win, to be victorious, to win, like
yeah,
you
yeah.
want
But
to
when you
win,
win, you
right?
get the incorruptible crown. They race for a corruptible crown. We race for an incorruptible crown. And
Well,
other places, all the places, whatever they talk about rewards in the Bible, they're telling you to go for the rewards. I'm just saying. I'm not telling you that it's selfish. It's not selfish. It's like the rewards are from God. They're a good thing to go for. They are a good thing to try to achieve and get. You know.
Yeah, but there is also that verse that says that they will all be put to the test. And some people, although they will have a lot of rewards, they're gonna be burned. So
No,
that,
no, 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 not the rewards are burned. The ones who like so your works are going to be tested in the fire. And if your
right?
works are wood, hay, stubble, then they get burned. If your works are gold, silver, and precious stones, they don't burn in fire. So that's why you get a reward, right? That's the idea.
Yeah,
But
and that doesn't that kind of hint to the fact that there is a difference between wanting somebody getting saved for them and not for you? Doesn't that show a bit of like I
yeah,
could be working for the rewards, which proves I'm not working for my brother. I'm working for myself again, with a tool being my brother. And in that case, I do think these are the rewards that will burn.
I mean,
well,
that
I
doesn't
mean
make you a Christian. That
rewards.
makes you an employee.
Well, rewards. Listen, the rewards. The thing is, the rewards. Even if you're like reigning with Christ and you're a king in heaven or whatever, it's like you're not going to be a boss, or you're not going to be bossing them around. You're not going to be like some rich person and they're poor. You're not. It's not like that in heaven, right? But it's like you're gonna be. You're gonna have this responsibility, a service, a chance to honor the God more than they will. You know, it's like even it's a good thing to strive for. It is a good thing to strive for because otherwise Paul wouldn't tell us to strive for it. You know, I'm just saying
well,
like I wouldn't just be like, oh, I don't care about rewards because God, why is Paul telling us to go for the rewards? You know?
to
Because
Yeah.
maybe when you don't care for them is when you actually get them.
And let's let ET
Uh,
get in on this too.
Yes, and
yeah,
I got
sure.
a AFK for a second, guys. Be right back.
I was just
Okay.
gonna say getting back to what we were saying about why we want you, Diamond Dave, to be in heaven. I mean, I would agree with the answer that Heart of Flesh gave earlier, that we just want you to be in heaven. But I would also add to that, part of the perfection of charity, part of what happens in the perfection of charity, is that a person achieves the eternal happiness that they have always been desiring. So everybody wants to be happy. Everybody chases what they think is going to fulfill them. Ultimately, true happiness comes when charity is perfected in heaven. And the reason why is ultimately because by loving God and loving creation for his sake, ultimately we come to realize, really, truly realize than we ever did how amazing God's creation is, and we start to enjoy it more than we ever did. And part of that enjoyment involves looking at someone like Diamond Dave and saying, well, Diamond Dave is a creature created in God's image. He has human dignity. And because we love all that God has created, chiefly including Diamond Dave, who is a creature created in God's image, it would make us even more happy, and it would bring us even more joy that he share in the same happiness that we have. One of the things that St. Thomas says is that the good is diffusive. Once you get the good, the one thing you want more than anything is to share it with another person. And so once you have charity, the great desire is to share it to another person. Are we going to not be in heaven if Diamond Dave goes to hell? No. But part of obtaining charity is that A, we have more joy than we ever had in our life, and B, that now that we have that joy, desiring it for other people who don't have it or may not have it, and trying to do everything in our power to gain it. That's why when we're in heaven and we're looking into the beatific vision and we're seeing those who are on earth, we're going to be so happy that we're going to be desiring people who have not finished the race yet. We're going to be desiring that they finish the race more than even they do.
Interesting.
Also, E.T., could you maybe explain to them the Catholic mentality of charity? I think that gets lost in translation.
Yeah.
Because for you, it's a lot more than giving a homeless person $5, right?
I
I want to make sure everybody.
Yeah,
Did you do that earlier?
Yeah, I mean, just in a nutshell, the in many of the translations, charity is translated as love. I'm going off of the Dewey Rhymes where they translate it as charity, but charity and love basically mean the same thing. I think Stephen is right. In today's society, when people hear the word charity, they think of, oh, you're going to a homeless shelter, which there's nothing wrong with. That's obviously virtuous. But when we talk about charity, we're just talking very generally about love for God and love for our neighbor.
And I got back for a bit, and glad that I happened to be here on this. I read the Greek. I'm Greek, and I read the modern Greek and the ancient Greek.
You're Greek?
The word there is love. It doesn't say anything different. It says love, and it is the love that you just defined. That love, all right, and it is agape. So if you read the verse through that, it says that it doesn't matter how faithful you are if you don't have love, and that makes absolute sense, right? We can discuss theology. Maybe your theology is super false, but you have love and I don't. And my theology is right, but I don't understand the love part, right? You're going to make it to heaven. I'm not going to be there. So it is very important.
Wait, can we talk about that? You know what? So what are you saying? What are you saying to say if you don't have good love, if your love isn't true or whatever, you won't make it to heaven? Is that what you're saying, bro?
I'm saying that it is God says, if you love me, Jesus says, if you love me, keep my commandments. And his commandments are the love for God and the love for our neighbor.
I'll take it a step. Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like he's talking within the Christian context.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. He's talking to the people who are already saved. He's talking to the 11, by the way. When he says that, it's the 11 disciples. Judas has left the room, right? So it's the 11 after the Last Supper. And he tells them that if you love me, keep my commandments. He's not telling them if you don't love me, you won't go to heaven. He's saying, if you love me, keep my commandments, so you'll be good disciples.
Wait, you think you can be in heaven for eternity with your Savior and not love him? Or not love your neighbor?
Well, once you're in heaven, you will, because then you will.
No. That's after the fact. That's all due respect. I'm asking you to get there.
Yeah, on earth.
To get
on
there.
earth, right?
Yeah.
Yes. To get to heaven, on earth, right? What Jesus says clearly is that those that believe in him will not be condemned, and those who do not believe in him will be condemned. John 3:18.
How can you believe in him if you don't love him?
And
because love is a commandment. Love is a commandment. Belief is not about love. Belief is just believing in him. That's what it is.
But he said, if you do love me, keep my commandments.
Yeah, that's very good. That's
So
the people who already
love him?
have eternal life. Hold on. Yes, I do. But hold on. Those are when he says that love me, keep my commandments. If you love me, keep my commandments. He's saying that to people who already have eternal life through faith in him.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
So
So we're not talking about how to earn salvation. That's totally false.
No.
You have to earn it through love.
No.
We're saying if you love him.
Wait, Stephen. He just said, and I think you kind of agree with him. He was just saying that if you don't love him, you won't go to heaven. That's what Achilles just said.
No,
right?
If you don't love God and don't love your neighbor, I'm saying emphatically you're not making it to heaven. You cannot make it to heaven without love in your heart.
That's not in the Bible. That's not in the
I
Bible.
understood what he was saying. I think it. I
And it is
understand what
that.
he was
It is
saying.
that. We agree.
Yeah, I agree with Heart of Flesh was saying, or at least I understand what he was saying, right? He wasn't saying like if I have love but my theology is wrong as a non-believer. He wasn't talking about me specifically, right? I'm not gonna, in the Christian context, if I as a Hindu don't like, if I love others but I don't believe in God, he's not saying.
Oh
he's
yeah,
not
no,
talking
yeah,
about me at all.
right.
He's
Yeah, and
talking
Right. No,
about
I
I was-
want to correct a couple things because I totally disagree with Toronto on this point. You know, we're told in 1 Corinthians that if I have faith but not love, I have nothing. We're told in 1 John that he that loveth not knoweth God, except that God is through love. Like there's multiple verses that tell us that the way to God is through love.
Wait. Let's slow down. 1 Corinthians 13 is talking to people who are already saved. They're already saints.
What about John 13?
Wait
John
a minute.
John
Wait a minute.
13, where he's washing their feet.
One second.
He's washing
One
their
second,
feet.
guys.
No, John
One
13,
second,
35, where he says, by this all men will know that you are my disciples, if you
Disciples.
have love for one another.
Yeah, disciples.
We're talking
not,
about people who claim to be disciples. We're not
Yeah, but
talking about
Steven,
people
no,
unsaved
no.
who need to earn something.
Steven,
We're talking
Steven,
about
Steven,
people who
Steven,
say
hold
they're
on, hold on.
saved already.
Give me a second, guys.
Wait.
Give me a second. It's important. It's important. Give me a second. The point that I think Diamond Dave helped me understand where I got misunderstood is that when I said we can have a different theological understanding and debate for days, I meant me and Toronto. I meant people that are
Yes.
Christian, right?
Yes.
Because
Yeah,
if you are
I
not
understood.
a
I
Christian,
understood it that
right,
way.
if
I
you are
understood it
not
that
a
way.
Christian, then there is a bigger problem there. But as a Christian, even if you have the right doctrines, if you don't express them in love for your neighbor and for God, and it's just about the doctrines, then yes, there is an
Look.
issue.
Yeah, you
go
show
to
me
my
a
Bible?
show me a Christian who doesn't love God and love his neighbor, and I'll show you a fake Christian.
Can I show you
Right.
my Bible, please? What do you think love God means in that context? Do you think it just means you're feeling towards him or doing stuff like?
No,
Like
love is
sacrificing.
an action. It's following
Yeah,
his
okay.
commandments. It's
So
living
then,
out a
do you
life
think you
with
do
love.
that? Wait, so do you think you do that perfectly in everything that you do? Because that would be what Jesus is requiring. Jesus is
Do
saying,
I?
love him.
Well, now you're kind of putting it in a position where since you can't do it perfectly, you shouldn't strive. That's not the Bible's message.
What I'm saying is, you can completely fail at this and you still go to heaven. Because what does it say here? He that believeth on him is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already. So the question is not whether you loved him, is whether you believe in him, right?
So
That's
you
the
believe you can hate Jesus, but believe him, and then still go to heaven. Is that what I'm hearing
Yeah,
you say?
yes, because that's just your flesh. That's just
That
your
is
flesh.
one of the biggest heresies I've ever heard on
Okay,
this
well,
channel, Toronto.
point me. No, it's not a heresy. It's not a heresy.
No, it is
at all.
absolute. You
Faith
just
alone-
agreed that
faith
you can
alone-
hate
listen,
Jesus
listen,
Christ.
Steve,
Dude,
listen,
you're about to get
Steve,
bounced. Chill out for a
Steve,
second.
Steve, just
You
chill out.
literally just told me, don't tell me
Yeah,
to
yeah.
chill, okay? Proverbs Guys
Yeah.
is a channel that I founded 5.5 years
Yeah,
ago.
dude,
You weren't any.
You brought,
Okay.
you brought in this
Tell you
guy
what.
who was teaching like oneness.
All right, Toronto, it was good having you while it lasted. If you can ever learn some respect, you can come back.
Oh my!
I just heard the most blasphemous thing in my life. I don't even think he's going to be welcome back here. He literally just agreed that you can hate Jesus Christ and make it to heaven
But
because
Doesn't
you
that mean-
believed.
because you
Question.
believe he existed, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say question. Doesn't, like, from what I remember in Sunday school, doesn't the devil believe in Jesus?
Right.
Yes, he
So that
does,
the
and he
devil
fears and
can go to hell.
trembles.
Right.
So that, but unless I misunderstood, and I didn't catch a lot of it because it was just a back and forth. But what it sounded like, if you just believe him, you go to heaven. So doesn't that mean the devil, by what Toronto was saying, could go to heaven?
Not only would Toronto believe that the devil's going to heaven, he believes all the demons are going to heaven, and all the most wicked Satanists in the world are also going to heaven. What he just said is the stupidest thing I have ever heard on all of YouTube in Christian communities.
I don't know Toronto. He seems like a good guy, but to me, that does not make sense, at least from my limited understanding.
And the verse that Eastern Thomas brought in which I can bring up and we can read, it is very clear on that. It says, if you have the faith that can move mountains, can you move mountains?
Right.
Can I move mountains with my faith? Well, even if I could, if I didn't have love in my heart, it would be for nothing. It wouldn't even matter. So that negates that if you just believe in him, it's all done, because that's faith. But it's not just about faith. It's also about love, because God is love. And the reason he died on the cross is to prove that love for me, because there is only one proof for love: self-sacrifice.
Also, the
There is-
moving of mountains just by faith alone strikes me as like very Mormon, and that's probably where some of my Hindu views get like blurred, that I'm still trying to sort through, because I've been out of the Mormon church for 2 years and I'm still trying to separate the two, and I'm still working through that, right? But it's like moving faith through mountains and just believing alone, to me, comes off as just check all of the boxes. Do you have faith? Do you go to church? Do you read your Bible? Do you tithe? Check, 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 check.
Yeah,
Right.
they're weird. They're weird. We try hard.
That's
to
how
show
it comes off. I could be wrong. I don't claim to understand this, but that's just how it comes off to me.
Yeah.
So when God says that the second commandment is equal to the first, loving your neighbor is equal to loving the Creator himself, was he doing that just to fill up some pages? Because that's a pretty big statement. And it says that even if I have faith in God, if I don't love my brother as myself, then it doesn't matter. The commandments that we have, and Jesus says, if you love me, keep them, are 50-50, and they are equal to one another. So, E.T.,
Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. St. John the Apostle says if someone hates their neighbor, they're a murderer. But I agree. I mean, faith or love or charity is the form of faith. It forms faith. So it's like trying to bake a cake with half the ingredients. Well, if you try to bake a cake with half the ingredients, you're not going to have a great cake. And in order for faith to be ultimately efficacious, it's not going to be efficacious or very efficacious if you don't have charity or love, or however you want to translate that.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. And to Lena's question, are they really Christian? I have no idea. Don't ask me. I don't know.
I'm sorry I was muted. I was just saying that I agree with Lena that right now we have a great example of people around us. They claim to be Christian and they murder and they run wars. All the politicians in Christian countries, they claim to be Christian. Just because you claim it doesn't make you one.
You guys were really going to just keep Odin hanging out in the back?
I didn't know I could add him. I didn't know I could add him.
I didn't see him at all. I'm sorry, I'm Batman. I was AFK, and when I got back, I didn't.
Well, I guess you guys.
Lena
don't want
should
your
come on.
deep-
Lena should come on. Lena, come on. We believe in you.
I wish Lena would
Join
come
the
on.
chat.
Batman,
Join the
why'd you come on? What'd you want to tell us we did wrong?
Well, first of all, I'm here to help you guys out so you can get your DEI check. Okay, so that's the first thing. The second
I always
thing.
forget you're black. You're so nice. No, go ahead.
Do you identify as a woman?
No, I identify as a Batman.
A pretty
Oh.
badass Batman.
One of those.
Well,
Okay.
now that we're not going to get canceled because we have a black guy and a Hindu and a Catholic.
There you go.
What do you got for us, Batman?
Okay, so I just want to be charitable to Brother Toronto, right? I think here's my position right now. I'm not like, yes, I know I'm very hostile towards free grace, right? But I just want to say that I think most people, I would like to believe that most people who are of that position, um, I think it's a situation where they look at God's grace and God's mercy as being paramount, and so much so to where it 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 ignores the love of God and the justice of God, right? Because God is also just, right? Um, but we can't sit here and say we want to, this is my critique to the brother. We can't sit here and say God is love, and we understand that when He returns, we're going to take on that nature, right? But not be loving. That's antithetical to the nature of God. Um, so I it comes off somewhat as like a type of belief universalism, so to speak. Um, and I think it's dangerous because a lot of people do not have the type of heart to be able to kind of live their life in a way that is holy and just and merciful and graceful to maintain that type of merciful position. Does any of what I say make sense?
I get what you're
Go ahead.
saying.
That
Yeah.
does.
I mean, St. Thomas does say, and many of the theologians agree with this, that when we're in beatitude with God, we are participating in His work in a subordinate manner, obviously. But it's almost like we in being His servants, where we kind of participate in His work in a subordinate manner, and charity is the means wherein we achieve that. The idea is the good is diffusive. So when you obtain the good, you want that good for another person. So God, being love itself, the first letter of St. John says God is love itself. God freely chose to create because He realized His work was so good and so amazing, that He wanted other people to subordinately, subordinately and analogously, let me clarify that, subordinately and analogously partake in that work of love, which is why He freely chose to create. God didn't create because He had to. God didn't have to do anything, but He freely chose to do that because the good is diffusive and because God is love itself, and love is ultimately desiring for a person to have, after obtaining the good, is desiring for a person to have that good for another person. And that's part of the reason why charity is so important, because once we obtain grace, we want that for another person. We realize it's so great that we want it for another person. It's not, I'm selfish, so I got it, good for me. Haha, sucks for you, Billy, or sucks for you, Joe. It's we've obtained that, and true charity or true love is, well, now I want that for my neighbor.
I was talking to a buddy of mine about one of these papers that I'm writing, and he called me a black Hebrew Christianite because I find myself like delving a lot in the Old Testament, and trying to understand the Jewish concepts. In the side chat, I posted the definition of the word faith from a Hebrew perspective and essentially what it entails. And it is a verb, meaning it's behavior based, right? It's faithfulness, trust, steadfastness, or like active fidelity. And so, you know, that's something that didn't change when Christ incarnated. It didn't change after he died, got buried, and resurrected. None of that changed. Also, God being graceful, that didn't change either. God has always been graceful from the beginning. Did Adam and Eve do anything to deserve that garden? No. Did Adam and Eve do anything to deserve the tree of life, which gave them immortality? No. They didn't do anything to deserve any of the things that they got. All of it was just God being graceful. And so, you know, them accepting that grace was them eating from the tree of life, because now you're depending on God for your sustenance and your, your understanding for knowledge and stuff like that. And so that hasn't really changed, right? The only difference is now is, functionally we don't need to go and pick a fruit and eat it. What we need to do is just have faith in the work that he has done through his son, right? And love the son and obviously the father, right? And obey his command. And we know what his command is. Love your neighbor as yourself. He doesn't expect perfection from you. However, this is why he has the atonement process. Atonement didn't disappear. The only thing that we don't need anymore is a earthly high priest, a temple, and we don't need to do sacrifice because we have the ultimate sacrifice, right?
I would say that was very charitable in a good way. No pun intended towards ET. And since you said charitable at the beginning, he is now been invoked because that is his key phrase. So you'll have to yield to him soon. I will just say, though, like, even though I agree with everything you just said, Odin, especially towards giving grace to Toronto, and I like Toronto, but that was very blasphemous. And I just have to be honest about that. And just to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding, I flat out asked him, are you telling me that you can claim to be a Christian, admit that you hate Jesus Christ, and still make it into heaven? And he told me, yes. That's blasphemy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily sure
That's
why you're
really,
surprised.
I want to say this. I'm pretty impressed with how you handled that, because there's a difference from my worldview, and Achilles probably is aware of this, but there's a difference in my worldview with how blasphemy is handled in Hinduism than Christianity, right? Buddhism started in northern India and was considered blasphemous, and a lot of people were killed. But, you
Yeah.
guys called him out and was like, okay, well, when you learn respect and can let Stephen talk, then you can come back. I have not seen that in Hindu circles or especially Islamic circles. Like, that's hats off to you there, Stephen. Like,
I actually
I
feel
will say
bad
that.
for responding how I did.
Yeah, I was gonna say I will. Hey, Christian, what's up? I will say I will give you props for that, and it is very hard for someone to impress me. So good job.
Yeah,
Take
I
that,
mean,
Odin.
listen, I'm here because of the character that people show. And Brother Stephen has shown very good character and a lot of patience. You know, and I can respect the fact that if someone is not respecting the show, the platform, and the host, then yeah, you should be removed. I think that's obvious, but the how is important. And at the end of the day, you know, um, hopefully, Mr. Toronto will kind of, apologize and, come back up here. Because I'm just saying what he's saying doesn't surprise me because of what he had said the other day, right? When I said that, Jesus said, if you don't believe he is him, he is God, he is the I am, then you will die in your sins. And then he kind of interrupts and says, well, that's not the case. And I'm like, bro, I just read what Jesus said, right? I just read what Jesus said.
Yep.
This is not a translation issue.
And a lot of times, to counter the words of Jesus, they'll cherry pick a verse from Paul and make it seem like, well, we need to reevaluate what Jesus says in context for this cherry picked verse from Paul. And I feel so bad for Brother Paul. Like, I know if he wasn't bald already, he is pulling his hair out with all the greasy gracers using his scripture. Oh my, I can't.
I've always wondered that, like, not just about Christianity, but just Hinduism, Islam, Judaism. I'd just be like, if the people, if we were to go, like, if we could bring them back somehow, 3,000 to 5,000 years in the future, right? And just show them, hey, this is what this turned into. I genuinely want to see the reactions.
Well, dude, the Bible says that, well, it's talking about Jesus. Will he even find faith on the earth when he returns? And I don't think that's talking about people wearing crosses and going to church on Sunday and saying, oh, I'm a Christian. I said the repeat after me prayer. It's talking about people like Eastern Thomas mentioned earlier, people who show charity, who show love, who care about witnessing, and not for treasures you're going to get one day, but because you genuinely just don't want to see someone made in God's image go to hell. You know what I mean?
Can I throw out a conspiracy theory?
I love a good conspiracy theory. If this is birds aren't real, I'm way ahead of you, and you're right.
Actually, so here's the thing, because I like jumping around Christian channels, and I like contemplating things, and I like doing what-if scenarios. What if Christianity is true? If Christianity is true, I cannot help but wonder if the rapture already happened, and the amount of Christians that disappeared was so small that nobody noticed.
Damn, bro. I know the gate was narrow, but I don't think it's that narrow, bro.
I mean, so, and this kind of, it's funny that you brought that up because this is a thought I've had in the past and I haven't really thought about until you just mentioned this. But it's like, statistically, most people are going to go to hell anyway, right? Because from the non-believer's perspective, right, you hear wide is the gate to destruction, narrow is the gate to salvation, right? So everyone except Christians are going to automatically go to hell. But Jesus also says, many will come to him, say, did I not do X, Y, and Z in your name? And he will say, get away from me, for I never knew you. So within that group of Christians, most of them won't even make it to heaven. And then that's when I was kind of wondering, like years ago, it's like, wait a minute, what if the rapture already happened and the rest of us are just screwed?
I mean, I wouldn't go that far, and I don't have like a Bible verse to support this. This is just my opinion based off what I've seen in the Bible and my faith. But I really believe in my heart that there are a lot more Christians that are hellbound than going to heaven. And I know that because
that right now, dude.
Yeah, because Christian is just a cultural term now. Like I've known atheists to wear crosses, and they'll tell you I don't really care one way or the other. Well, that's not a Christian. Like you might identify, I can identify as a cute, attractive Asian woman, but that doesn't make me cute, attractive, or Asian. I am an unattractive Caucasian male. You know what I mean? So like, no amount of pretending will change that.
I mean, it's 2026. Here in Asia, there's a lot of plastic surgery that could be done to make you at least look like one. Have you been to Thailand?
Bro,
I have not, but I have not been to Thailand, but they do wonders, let me tell you.
Bro, I am 6'2", like 280 pounds. It would take a miracle, plastic surgery, and as much time as it took evolution to create all this.
So it's already been done. I could tell you that right now.
How are they going to knock a foot off me to make me Asian, though?
Well, see, here's the thing. It's not so much about height because tall Asians are, how do I put this in a family-friendly way? They're unique, right? They're sought after because they are special. Now, all it takes is just, some, I forget what they use. I think it's iodine to like color the skin to be more brown. And then with the appropriate surgeries, it can be done. Because I have followers from the Philippines, from Thailand, from Southeast Asia. I live in Asia. I've seen what the plastic surgeons can do, and U.S. surgeons do not come close, right? I've seen literally an American male be turned into like an Asian female who was very attractive. And I found out after the fact that that attractive Asian female was actually a US born white man who spent $1.6 million on surgeries and iodine treatments and a whole bunch of other stuff. And if I could find the pictures, I would. But like, if you were to see the pictures, you would not know. It is wild to me. It breaks my brain, and I've seen this before.
Well, one, it makes me happy that I found one of the real ones. Thank you, Lord. And then, yeah, right.
Your wife is from Thailand. That's impressive.
No, I just meant like an actual woman.
No, I know. I'm teasing.
Because like dating in 2026, that would be risky. Like,
no, I was gonna say, like, you know, and that's kind of a running joke in travel groups that I'm in on Facebook. Like, someone's like, I went to Thailand, I married an actual real woman, and everyone just loses their mind. You know.
Have you guys heard about this conspiracy theory? And Achilles, you can get in on this. That they added 1,000 years to the calendar. So pretty much like they're saying the entire empire of Charlemagne didn't exist, along with a whole bunch of other stuff.
I am not familiar with this. I just think overall rapture theology is fake news, in my opinion. I don't believe in like a silent return of Christ. The Bible describes explicitly how he'll return, when he'll return, where he will return, and it will be loud, it would look cool, and you know what's going to happen after that. So I tend to not even pay attention to rapture theology. But Diamond Dave, I actually want to kind of show you something in the scripture, because a lot of people they'll put God in a box in terms of who he chooses to save, right? He has made clear that he'll have mercy and compassion on whom he pleases, right? So he can save anyone, right, in any way that he wants, and also there's for people who have never heard the gospel, who have the law written on their hearts, who don't know anything about God, God can show them mercy. You can see that in Romans chapter 2, because that particular part of that chapter, it leads with God does not show favoritism, right? And at the end of the day, everyone ultimately is going to be judged by their hearts and their deeds. It didn't say by your knowledge. It didn't even say by your belief. It didn't even say by your faith. You're going to be judged by your heart and your deeds.
Hey,
That's
Odin,
what it said.
Terry is in the comment section, and she's asking us to spice up the convo real quick. So I'm just going to drop this off, and then you guys can do with it whatever you want. This will be spicy for her. So when I started the project for this Ron Wyatt documentary, I reached out to Dr. Hovind to see if he would like to help me fund it. And he kept putting it off. So I was like, you know what? All right, fine. Maybe he doesn't want to. So then I asked him, okay, Doc, since you don't want to help me fund this documentary, can you just film a short little 10-minute interview talking about Ron Wyatt with Joseph, and then send it to me, and I'll put that in the documentary? That would be a big help. You're a big name. And he responded to me that the only way he would do it is if he could put a big disclaimer on how he disagreed with Ron Wyatt about the Sabbath. So I have cut my fellowship with Kent Hovind. There's your spice. You guys get back to this.
Wait, what?
I got more spice than that. I just don't know what I can get away with on your channel.
Yeah, see, I like that he's being considerate, because
I've been considerate like in many of these shows here. I'm being very considerate.
Like
Um,
just to look at your face a while ago, like I was like, oh man, this guy's
I'm
he,
being very considerate. I don't know what I can get away with your channel.
So we try not to talk about, perverse things, and we try to really limit the cussing, which you've done great on both of those, and I really appreciate it.
I actually want to talk about the
Okay,
Mormon
so
stuff.
I have a question.
Sure.
Theology. We'll make this spice with a theology question. In Hinduism, karma is a thing. And I'm going to use an example. In Michigan, there was, and this is something I know about because I used to be a Mormon. In Michigan, a someone went in and you basically crashed into the building, shot up a bunch of Mormons, killed a bunch of Mormons. This man claimed to be a Christian. Now, if you look at Mormonism, Mormonism has a history of arrogance, self-righteousness, and basically manipulating people, right? Question is, from the Christian perspective, did those Mormons deserve what happened to them? Why or why not?
Absolutely not. Not in the
I
slightest.
totally agree with Eastern Thomist.
Okay. Why? Why? What's the reasoning?
Because they're created in the image of God and they have human dignity.
Additionally to that, I would say because in our worldview, Mormons do not believe in the same Jesus Christ that we do, the Jesus Christ that saves. So whereas Eastern Thomist and I can disagree on all sorts of doctrines, and we do, I still believe in my heart that he's a born-again Christian. I hope he feels the same about me, even though I'm Protestant. What we agree that Mormons are not. So for someone to go in there and harm them and take their life, you're damning them to hell. And there's nothing loving or justified about that in our worldview.
Interesting. So this is going to be my next question, because this story, or the Bible stories I've read, are similar to karma. If you remember King David, right, he sent Uriah to die, right, so he could take Bathsheba. So there's murder and adultery. Because he did not, my understanding, and I'll let you correct me when I'm done if I'm wrong, my understanding is because he did not fully repent or atone of those sins, he experienced murder and adultery in his family for that. Now, as Hindus, we would call that karma, as in, if you are a part of an institution or you participate in something that have not, like if you do something you have to someone and you haven't dealt with that, let's say, and then that
Okay.
happened, you are responsible. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
How is that
that
different than karma?
okay. So the difference is for the situation with Bathsheba, God actually um, punished both Bathsheba and King David because the child that they bared due to the through the adultery, it didn't survive.
Okay.
A matter of fact, David put on his sackcloth and ash. He wouldn't eat, and he like spent however long days asking God for forgiveness, and God did not forgive him of that particular sin of adultery, but the sin of getting Uriah killed. It was Nathan the prophet that interceded for David, and God forgave David. However, the karma part, right, where David's sons and his descendants basically becoming really crappy rulers. So God actually predicted that would happen when a king takes multiple wives and stuff like that. I think it's in Deuteronomy where he warned them, one, about taking kings, and two, what the kings will do, and and essentially God kind of repeated to David what will happen in his lineage. The same thing with Solomon, because Solomon was Eventually he fell into sin and rebellion and idolatry. You know, all of those men who, by law, you know, deserve death. So it's not necessarily karma. It's a situation where God looks at what's going to happen in the future and says, this is what's going to happen if you do these things. If you don't do these things, it won't happen. But if you do these things, this will happen.
Yeah, and additionally, we do have a similar concept that you guys have with karma. In our Bible, it's called reaping what you sow. So it's
Yeah.
similar to what you put out, you're going to get back. But what it means, like, is if you're a loving, kind person, you're putting that out there. You're going to make
Yep.
friends. People are going to be kind and loving back to you. But also, we believe as Christians that those who the Lord loves, meaning like us in relationship with Him, He chastens. So if I'm going around doing bad things to people, the Lord is actually going to punish me, and not in the afterlife. He's going to make my life very difficult here on earth.
Yeah, that's very similar to what we have. Okay, so my understanding with that example is with David, he essentially paid the price with the death of his son, and then his family, from
Yep.
the Christian worldview, is unrelated to David's sin. It's their own sin, and they were dealt with not according to David's sin. They were dealt
Yeah,
with to their own sin,
to their
correct?
own sins. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's the difference. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and there's a scripture that talks about punishing the children for the sins of the father. That's not something God does. He he judges each individual based on their merit, because in David's bloodline, right? I mean, excluding Jesus, there were like I think two or three actually like really good kings that came from his bloodline. um, and even them they weren't really perfect, but they're considered good kings overall, compared to David and even Solomon, basically. You know,
Okay, now my next question is, if the Christian worldview basically treats people according to their sins and not the sins of their father, right? Where does generational curses come into play?
Nowhere.
Are you asking about original
Well,
sin,
It's
though?
in the old That's referenced in the Old Testament, isn't
Talking
it?
about original
Well,
sin?
if I could,
Right.
my interpretation, and then Achilles, you get in because you've been off for a while. My interpretation of the generational curses is more along the lines of, like, my grandfather was a very bad alcoholic, and my father, because of that, hardly ever drank. I may have seen my dad drink 3 beers in my whole life or something like that. Like, he hardly ever drank. And as a result of that, my dad breaking that generational curse, I don't ever drink. Like, I even defend that a Christian can drink alcohol, and people call me a drunk for it, but I hate alcohol. I hate the smell, the taste, the feeling, all of it. That's a generational curse. Alcoholism is a good example.
Okay, so it's a predisposition. So my understanding, based off of what you said, is a generational curse is not so much something that one will be punished for, but it's a predisposition to a specific sin, but not a guarantee they will engage in that sin, correct?
yeah. So yeah, it's kind of like so people's environment, for example, can shape their behavior. And when I say environment, I mean like the actual physical environment, resources, the type of people
Genetics,
that,
yeah.
genetics, the people they're around, all of that stuff can influence someone's behavior. But the cool thing is that, people still have a choice to kind of step out of that. I'm actually,
Gotcha.
you know, I'm actually writing a paper on biblical slavery. I wrote another paper addressing the legal aspects of it. but I want to talk about the spirit of the law in terms of what it was supposed to do. And part of the process was to get people from the other nations who were living in sin, doing child sacrifice, orgies, spreading diseases, right? The purpose of the Hebrews being able to purchase those people as servants was to actually get them out of the bondage of sin in the same way God got the Hebrews out of the bondage of slavery and sin. And when he, then he made a covenant with them. And so this is why you'll hear terms like Israel is supposed to be the light, a light for the nations, right? So God has this thing where he wants to get people out of situations that cause them to sin perpetually and suffer perpetually. So the curse thing, from that perspective, it makes sense that it exists because unfortunately people pass down trauma. People pass down, a whole bunch of stuff.
Gotcha. I'm actually using ChatGPT this because I just ChatGPT'd it, and the answer is kind of what you said. So the biggest difference is mechanism and moral responsibility
Yeah, and if I could,
is the difference.
yeah, and if I could add to that a little bit, in regards to some of the supposed generational guilt that you see from, let's say, the Old Testament, like when they talk about original sin or sin guilt or the guilt of Adam ultimately develops from the condition that Adam and Eve inherited after they sinned. So it would be like, imagine a woman who is pregnant, smokes, drinks alcohol, and then her baby has deformities. Like, it's kind of like that. It's like Adam and Eve were in this state, they were in this condition after they sinned, and so as a result of that, and because the state or nature of parents typically is passed on to their children. Because of that, the nature and state of Adam and Eve that they had inherited was then passed on to their children in the same manner. So when you see things like that in the Old Testament about like, oh, I inherited guilt from this person, from this generation, that's mostly what it's talking about. It's not just, well, your children are evil, so this is no, it's Adam and Eve sinned, that incurred a certain nature or a certain condition, and then because they had children, they just pass that onto their children.
To Terry's point, though, Eastern Thomas is an AI. You don't need to ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT often puts things in ways I can understand it. So,
damn, bro, you taking shots at. To be fair, most people can't understand what Thomas says, even though he's speaking English.
Well, it's not so much Thomas. It's like you have to remember you're coming at it from a Christian worldview, which I do not share. So, in order for things to make sense, and we've established over the course of my being here that there are different definitions of things like grace, right, or forgiveness, right? So I use ChatGPT to kind of like bridge the gap between the two and try and find like a common ground because the world is different. So,
I mean, I was an atheist a large portion of my life, and there are some things that I could explain in like a secular way from an outside perspective, but there are just certain things that it's just not going to necessarily translate right away,
I mean, I experienced that even with like Mongolian, because they're like the Mongolian language, because like setting religion aside for a second, there are times where me and my wife will have like deep conversations, obviously. And there'll be times where she's like, I don't know how to say it in English, but there's a word or phrase in Mongolian for this particular thing. It just doesn't translate. There's no words available for it, right? So I get it.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys want to jump to another subject, but if I may give you my perspective of generational sin. I think there is a lot of non-biblical influences because I am from Greece, in Greece, and before I became a full Christian, there were some things that were taken for granted, but nobody ever looked them up to see where they're coming from. So there is a chance that you would find some priest that believe in paganism a little more than he should, and he would say, "Oh, what you're going through is a generational sin, and you should pray this and that." So I don't believe in that. We have some examples in the Bible where God specifically talks about generational sin, but there are other verses that clearly state that the children will not be judged because of their father's faults, and the fathers will not be judged for their children's faults. So I'm not referring to generational sin as what the guys here describe as, a father that is an alcoholic and raises a child to not know any better, it becomes an alcoholic too. No, I don't mean that. I'm not referring to that. That is true. That is 100% true. I am referring to, without you being aware of it, there is some curse on your, let's say, bloodline. So I think that is pagan, even though there is one verse on Exodus speaking to the children of Israel specifically that says that you are cursed because of your fathers. Other than that, we have verses in the Old Testament itself by Ezekiel, and what else did I find here? And Deuteronomy, that fathers will not be put to death for the children, neither shall children be put to death for their father. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin. The same in Ezekiel says the child will not share the guilt of the parent. The righteousness of the righteous will be credited to them. And it makes absolute sense according to what we are called to be as Christians. We all have a choice as people, not even Christians. We all have our own choices. If you judge me from who my father is, you will be completely false on who I am, because we're not the same person. He has made his choices, I make my choices, and God can see that. So
that's actually what ChatGPT told me, because I kind of threw my question into ChatGPT, and it's basically saying what you guys are saying. To sum it up, Christian generational curses, and please correct this if this is wrong, but it makes sense to me based off of what you're saying. Christian generational curses are more about inherited spiritual or family consequences under a personal God, with redemption emphasized through Jesus Christ. And that breaks the generational curse.
I think that refers to the Adam, like we have all inherited the sin of Adam and Eve. I think that's what's referring to, because the verses that I brought up are contradicting what I just heard.
Well, so this is like, we had an entire conversation before you came back.
Yeah, sorry.
No, so I mean, Eastern Thomas, I am Batman, Steven, since you were there for the full conversation, does that make sense with what you're saying? Christian generational curses are more about inherited spiritual or family consequences under a personal God, with redemption emphasized through Jesus Christ.
I don't think I would really agree with that. I think it's more like I explained earlier. You know, you can have an alcoholic father and then you become an alcoholic as a result of that. Or a good example is my dad. He wasn't an alcoholic, but he was a very angry man. So I have anger issues that I have to fight constantly also. Or you could be a deadbeat dad and go around to 20 different states and get 20 different women pregnant and not be in any of the children's lives. And as a result of that generational curse, you have a bunch of fatherless sons and daughters being raised up in the world. They're not going to be terrific parents. There's a likelihood of. I would put generational curses more along that line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's interesting how, like, I like using AI, honestly. And it's interesting because even though you disagree with it, what you said makes sense in terms of what this told me.
Okay, I think it could phrase it a little better though, because
Sure,
it
sure.
kinda,
It's tailored to me, though. Remember, like, ChatGPT is tailored to me because I've been using it for 3 years.
yeah,
that-
it knows
So
you
it's
better than you know it.
yeah, exactly. So
Delete your cookies every week. Refresh
well,
your
I have
browser.
to do that anyway because I manage like 5 YouTube channels. I have 2 of my own. I might start a third one, and I do YouTube consulting and like social media management and business management consulting.
Hey,
So I have to do that like every
channels.
day.
Plug your channels, by the way. Tell people where they can.
Sure. So this channel, I have 2 channels. You might like one more than the other. Both of them are gaming channels. I'll just put them in the comments here. So this one I'm typing in now, Diamond Dave YT, what you're seeing in the chat. This is both of them are gaming channels. This one I play Fallout 4 and I just clean trash. Right? So it's more of a relaxing, post-apocalyptic world. I just go and I just clean trash and I make things clean. And then in my live streams, I actually add trees and build buildings and make the environment livable again. Keep in mind, Fallout 4 is more of an adult game. There are references to drugs and alcohol, and occasionally you may find swearing in the chat. Keep that in mind.
Thank you for that disclaimer, so I don't have to.
Now, the other one, this one is entirely family friendly. No swearing, no blasphemy, no taking Jesus' name, nothing inappropriate at all. Diamond Day Survival is Minecraft. I used to be a Minecraft streamer every day from 2018 to 2024. It is a fun, family-friendly experience, and that's actually what my Facebook page is on. It used to have like 120,000 followers, but it dropped because I moved from Minecraft to Fallout 4, and a lot of people did not like they didn't like the lack of family-friendly experience. So Diamond Dave Survival, no swearing, no drugs, nothing. It's Minecraft. I build buildings. I go on adventures. It is what is called a forever world. So it's me and my wife, and sometimes you'll see my wife running around and doing things or participating, and hear her talk. And we just build buildings. We fight the Ender Dragon. We fight a dragon. We explore. It's very wholesome. That one is a family-friendly one you might like more than the Fallout 4 one.
You have a question, I think, from Terry.
What should I do a channel on? Hey, you're being botted. You're being botted on Twitch, Steven.
Oh yeah, it happens.
Yeah, they're always trying to get us to buy viewers, but the joke's on them. We can't afford it.
Well, and here's the thing, because I had a Twitch account that was monetized. I was making like $400 a month from like 700 viewers because of like ads and stuff. I don't have an American phone number anymore. I lost it all. So I had to start from scratch, and I have like 15 subscribers, right? Just like my new YouTube, I had 15 subscribers, and now I get botted again, and it's just hilarious.
I can come subscribe, but I'm not promising that I'm gonna watch gaming. I'm
Well,
45.
Yeah, I'll come sub too,
fine.
but put your channels in the chat if you don't.
I
mind.
already did.
Okay.
I already did.
Hey, and if
Yeah, you just literally copy and paste like that @ symbol and then everything after it, and it'll take you to the pages.
Hey, so if you guys do enjoy gaming, go give Diamond Dave some support and show him, Christians are okay people sometimes.
I actually have a lot of Christians that follow me. Real quick, I actually have a lot of Christians that
Nice
follow me
one,
on
Terry.
Facebook and for yeah, I saw Terry's comment. But actually, I have a lot of Christians in Africa that follow me on Facebook for like the family friendly experience. And one of the cool things I'll say before we get back to the topic is at the peak in like COVID, where everyone was just watching, you know, streamers and meeting community because of all the lockdowns, right? The best highlight of my family-friendly Minecraft stream was having people of all ages, even grandparents in like India, talking with me and thanking me. Right. I'm not trying to toot my own horn here. This is something I'm legitimately grateful about, is that I've had grandparents, people in their 70s and 80s that would watch with their grandkids. And they were just so happy that they could actually watch a video game streamer without all the swearing and all the violence and all the explosions. And that's why I started my Minecraft channel, was to like get back into that.
Thank you. Eastern Thomas, do you want to go ahead and plug your channel?
Sorry about that. I was
Welcome
on
back,
mute.
Rich.
Yes, my channel is just Eastern Thomas, just as you see it on the screen right now, Eastern Thomas. The thumbnail that I usually use on my channel is St. Thomas Aquinas holding the Eucharist. So if you see that thumbnail and it says Eastern Thomas, there's not anybody with a channel like that. So that should be me. And I've got open panels every Friday, so anybody can come in. This Friday, I've got one. The topic is the Mass and the significance of the Mass. So if a person wants to come, they can. Anybody's welcome.
I'll drop you a sub. I'll drop it.
Protestants too, or
Yes, Protestants
Okay.
too. Protestant, all are welcome. It's not. I mean, the open panels are like me presenting something. So if Protestants want to come in, they're absolutely welcome to. We had a stream last week on the Eucharist, and we had multiple Protestants that came in and disagreed with us. So anybody can come in. You know, as long as you're cordial, and you know you can disagree all you want, but as long as you're cordial and charitable, you are totally welcome.
I would say this, Eastern Thomas, just out of respect from one Christian to another, I can't see myself coming on one of your streams where I like emphatically disagree with you, because I think we're working on the same team just from like
Yeah, I
different
agree.
angles. So, but
I
I would
agree.
love to come on one of your shows where I can agree with you and like
Sure.
be one body, you know?
Yeah, well, send me an email if you want to do a topic. If you have a topic in mind for, you know, on the Trinity or some issue or grace or something we agree on, send me an idea, and I'd be happy to do a joint stream if you're interested.
Absolutely.
My channels and streams are kind of the same way. No religion, no politics. Everyone is welcome, right? Just as like, and I'm pretty big, and I'm sure Eastern Thomas is too. It feels like we're pretty big on both of the rules, right? Right. It's not me clamping Christians. It's me clamping like liberals and Muslims. I don't want to hear it in the chat. It's a fun family experience. Don't ruin it for anyone. I don't care who you are.
Fair enough. I am Batman, coolest black guy I ever met. Do you want to plug your channel?
The only black guy you've ever met?
No, the coolest.
I know, I'm teasing.
He said BRB like 20 minutes ago. I don't think he's back.
Okay, we'll get back to him. Hey, Rich, how you doing, man? How was class?
It was good, man. I love the fellowship that comes with this over the last little over a year. It's been incredible, man. These people are really great.
When do you graduate that?
Next early spring. It's a 2-year class.
Do you want to go
What
ahead and
class?
plug your channel?
What class is that? Mind if I ask?
It's here. I can maybe give you let me see if I can pull it up and show you the textbook. Maybe not. It'll take me a while to do it. It's basically Ministry International Institute. It's just a discipleship training class. It's accredited. But yeah, if I'm gonna plug in my channel, I guess. My name is Rich. I'm an independent creation scientist. I don't hold a particular denomination. I honestly believe the body of Christ right now is divided more than we should be. We spend a lot of time bickering amongst each other, and I think that's a tactic that Satan has wisely used in the church today. And we're fighting against ourselves instead of against him. We are in a spiritual warfare. We should be united as the body of Christ and trying to save souls. I use laws of physics and cosmology to show that God is necessary for the universe to exist. You can find me on YouTube at Theories of Creation, or check out my website at theoriesofcreation.com. For those who are curious, this is how slow I am. I've been part of this channel for about 6 months, and it took me until yesterday to realize that we actually have Batman and Robin hanging out in the audience.
Yeah, we do. We're special.
Right. If we are plugging channels, my channel is called Achilles 7, and it appears to be a dirt bike channel, but that is so before 2016. So I just make some weird videos that I hope they've helped my subscribers at least get to the truth of how close we are to the end times that only one book warned us about. The other books, religious books, they're like, there's no end times, just gonna keep going, gonna find enlightenment. Well, I don't think that, and you have to go to uploads or to go to the playlists and start playlist 2016 to see what I'm talking about. My videos are a bit of artistic, musical journeys, like films. So it's weird. I challenge you to find a weirder channel on YouTube than mine. So that's the challenge.
Oh, I can think of a few right off the top of my head.
You haven't watched my videos. That's why you're saying that.
Thorpe Tube. It's a father and daughter combo, and let's just say they are more intimate with each other than you would want to think about. And
I
it's
thought
been
that was
proven.
all satire. That's real.
No, it's real. It's real. Like,
Oh,
I got caught up in it. I got in on one of their panels. It's real. That's all I'm gonna say. All right, it's real. I verified it. It's real. Trust
I'm
me.
going to
That's
take
way
your word
weirder
for
than
it because I do not
Yeah.
want to examine the facts.
Let me put it to you this way. I'm a gamer. I see a lot of weird, messed up stuff. That traumatized me. And I grew up in Call of Duty chat lobbies, okay? Like, that traumatized me. Like, that's bad. Do not look that up at all. Just take my word for it. Don't look it up. It's way weirder.
Thank you. Hey, Odin, while you were gone, we all started kind of plugging our channels. Do you want to tell everybody where to find some of your content at?
I don't have any content on my stuff except for like super old gaming stuff.
You don't have an actual channel?
Chances are my YouTube channel is probably older than almost all of you, probably. But I don't post anything on it.
He's hitchhiker type.
Yeah, I'm a channel hitchhiker.
Wait, how old are you, Odin?
I'm mid-30s.
Yeah,
I'm
that's what I thought.
37, dude. What are you talking
That's why
about?
I'm 36.
YouTube is younger than me.
I mean, yeah, but I'm just saying. I think my YouTube channel has... Well, I've had my YouTube channel since YouTube came out, pretty much. Before Google purchased YouTube.
Well,
When Cat Videos made all the, the thing back then.
I will do some plugging now. If you guys are interested, there's 2 channels that I really like. They're good friends with the ministry. And let me share my screen here with you guys. You got to go check them out too. So we have this channel here with Brother Jamie. This is Jamie Russell's channel. Great content, good open panels and conversations, and they're actually a really chill place for different people to hang out. So I highly suggest that. And then let me back this up, and we will go to his wife's channel because she does really fun stuff. Like Jamie does all the theological discussions, And Terry, his wife, does a lot of like just fun open panels. What was your day like? You know, cool stuff. So you guys definitely go check them out too. And let me see if I can find Robin's channel on here. If you guys are looking for a good atheist channel to check out, why do I not have it up here? If you guys are looking for a good atheist channel to check out, go check out Robin Webster's channel. She has a lot of open panels where Christians can join, and it's a lot of fun. You're probably going to disagree with her on a plethora of things, but she's got a really sweet heart, and the best way to try to win her to the Lord is to fellowship with her and show her that we can be loving. So you guys go check out Robin's channel too. Robin, Jamie, and Terry. Oh, and I'm so sorry. My wife, the 21st Century Psalmist. You
I was
guys
like,
have
bro,
got
you
to go check out her channel.
I'm like, bro, you want to miss dinner tomorrow, right?
Someone's sleeping on the couch.
Well, I don't really think about it that way because I don't have a personal YouTube channel like, you guys do. So, when I plug like for all of us kind of thing. So it just slipped my mind. I'm stupid.
I'm considering making a YouTube channel to do like interviews with people with different ideas. Not necessarily for the purpose of being hostile, of course. It's to kind of have people flesh out whatever philosophy and theology they might hold to, and to kind of engage in some internal critique, and eventually kind of have people come up on panel to have a discussion with the person. It's something that I'm thinking about doing. I'm not 100% sure on whether or not I'm going to do it yet.
I would suggest that you do it. And a big reason why is because I'm going to be taking a lot of time off over the next 2 or 3 weeks while I'm working on the Ron Wyatt documentary and getting ready for some other stuff going on. So I'm not going to have time to be streaming almost every night. So hopefully everybody here will either pick up and do some more shows, or you guys can sub to each other and everybody else's channels will start doing some more shows. That would be awesome.
Or we can just have, Brother Krista do all the streaming and hosting. I'm just saying.
So here's the thing about my wife. She can walk up to a perfect stranger, for real. Like, she can go to the shadiest neighborhood in downtown and walk up to a perfect stranger and give them a gospel tract and ask them if they know the Lord. But getting her to do stuff on YouTube was a huge boulder to push up a mountain. It's just not her thing.
Yeah,
so
that's
anything
fair.
you get out of her is a godsend.
We'll take the little sprinkles.
Did you ever hear that analogy of guys trying to figure out what it's like, what's going on in the mind of a woman?
I gave up on that.
What was it? They say it's like comparing to try to figure out what color the number 7 smells like.
Yeah, I've never heard that comparison, but it does make me think, like, wives are amazing. No one can argue that they are a gift from God. The Bible even says so. But I also can't help but notice that God is a single father.
Huh. Ah.
Damn, bro.
And Jesus was single his whole life, too.
I didn't even think of that, Rich.
Some people will try to argue that missing gap from his teenage years to 30, he was actually married somewhere in there and then had a divorce or something, but there's no proof of that.
Yeah, I've heard those Gnostic views, but that would negate the whole sacrifice, about how he had to be unblemished, and God's son and God himself didn't come to life to have fun and experience life and see what it feels like. He came to die for us, and he was on the mission from the beginning. So that's what I think about it. And
Bro, are you saying
Yeah.
Jesus didn't make jokes?
I'm pretty sure he made jokes, like he told Judas that, the person that
No, he didn't say it to Judas. He said it to other apostles. That the
But
person that,
about Judas, right?
that dips in the with me is the one that will betray me.
And he says it while Judas's hands are in the cookie jar.
Right. Yeah.
The
I
our Lord
mean,
has a sense of humor.
Right.
yeah. I was gonna say charitably, I think it's extremely erroneous to say that Jesus Christ was not a celibate man. I think Jesus Christ absolutely was a celibate man, and I think it creates doctrinal problems to say he wasn't.
I agree.
The way you started off with that sentence, I was going to accuse you of being a Mormon.
You are accusing everyone of being a Mormon, though. It wouldn't be anything.
No,
special.
just him. Just a few words. I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. Okay.
Well,
makes
You know,
in your defense, the Mormons have a hyperfixation on like the early church fathers. I disagree with their interpretations of the early church fathers, but they are hyperfixated on that topic, and that is also a very Catholic niche. So I could see some of the comparisons you're mentioning with Eastern Thomist.
Plus, they keep changing all the time, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Yeah. They
You,
change
you
every
can
5
never
years.
pin them down on something, and
You
know
can never pin them down on their Masonic temple rituals, which used to be cool, but now they're just boring.
wait, you said miss. Wait,
Oh,
what?
yeah.
They're not secret, they're sacred.
Yeah, so I Am Batman. If you're ever interested in looking up the like what goes on in a Mormon temple, like with like the baker's hats and like it's Masonic here, but in the Mormon temples, not their Sunday services, but in the Mormon temples, it's all Masonic rites, right? And if you can actually watch it, there's a guy called New Name Noah who videotaped it all, right? And
Name Noah. I'm gonna search that.
New Name Noah or True Virtue. I actually know these people personally. They are Jordan and McKay. They do a deep dive on like the temple rituals. They used to be cool in that like you would do the ritualistic, like if I were to ever say what was going on in the temple, I will slit my throat, I will disembowel myself, and they would do the hand motions. They stopped that in like the 90s, I found out, and now it's just like a boring video and a bunch of boring stuff looking like, if you're a man, looking like you're dressed as a baker. Like, seriously, Google this, everybody. I am not
Bro.
looking this up. Like,
Dude,
Google.
The cool thing is I just looked up the No Name Noah, and because of all the anti-Mormonism stuff that I already look at, I'm already subbed to that channel. That is awesome.
I actually talked with him. I don't know him personally, but I used to be so Jordan McKay and McKay True Virtue. I used to be in their Discord channel. I actually used to do gaming with McKay, the guy. And then they rebranded, but like they are personal friends of New Name Noah. So if you, Steven, if you were to give me a name of like what you call anti-Mormon, because Mormonism is such a tight-knit community, I either know them personally or I know someone who knows them.
Which reminds me, guys, something I wanted to bring up earlier at some point. Earlier, I don't mean today. I mean, I don't know, when we had discussions about them. There is this channel that is called Johnny Harris. Johnny with Johnny and Harris as the name Harris, Harris. So he makes a lot of historic videos about some things and World War I, World War II, the history of the Middle East. He is also in love with video editing, so he puts a lot of effort in what he does, and you learn a lot. The reason I'm plugging his channel is because that is one of the most analytical videos I have seen on the history of the Mormon Church, because he grew up in them. He is a member that left that church, and he takes you through all their history, how they kept changing, why, what were the laws that were changing and forced the church to change, because he had experienced all those from the inside and from his parents. He got in the church from his parents. So there's a lot there that you gotta learn. So I highly suggest it. If you type why I left Mormony, the Mormon Church, it is the first result that comes up. His name is Johnny Harris, and it's a great watch, 23 minutes. So,
Nice. Now, to the image on the screen, I know both of these people. Robert Gurr is in a Christians versus Mormonism debate group, which
That's where I found him.
I used to be a moderator for that group, and that group was a crazy. It was crazy. I'll refrain from using profanity. It was crazy, but you probably have seen me in there. Bill Reel is a good friend of mine. I go on Mormon discussions and call in frequently. Bill Reel used to be a part of a podcast on Mormon discussions called Mormonism After Dark.
Love
Right,
that
what-
podcast.
So then you've seen me on it because I am a regular panel member. I know Bill Reel personally. I know Radio Free Mormon personally. I know Radio Free Mormon's real name.
Radio Free Mormon is a really good one too.
Yes, I know them personally.
But this
So-
debate is taking place tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time between Robert Gurr and Bill Reel. So you guys do not want to miss that debate.
Wow. I don't
I
I'm
don't
gonna
wanna miss
I
it.
don't know who to root for.
Here's the thing. So, well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I lean towards Bill, but, and I'm gonna say this because I know these guys. I know Bill more than I know Robert. I'm gonna lean toward Bill, though he's got kind of I don't know, more of a liberal take, and I'm very much a I'm like very socially conservative, right? So I'm obviously not an atheist. None of us are atheists, and I do fundamentally disagree with a lot of Bill's takes when it comes to politics, worldview, and things of that nature.
Robert is a
He's-
great debater.
Robert is a great debater, and I will give him that. He's also kind of a prick.
Oh, I
I
could
don't
see
know.
that.
So, okay, I have two questions
Mhm.
for Diamond Dave.
Go for it.
One, how do you like Mormons take some kind of like pill, like chill pill or something like that before they engage in certain conversations? Because like I'm gonna keep it a buck. Most of my interactions with Mormons and the interactions that I've seen with other interactions that I've seen with Mormons have been very pleasant, way more pleasant than Protestant, other fellow Protestants, just well, fellow Christians in general, if I'm being honest. So can you spill some tea on
I
that
can
for me,
spill a
sir?
lot of tea about Mormonism. So here's the thing, and this is my personal opinion from my personal experience. A lot of it is less a chill pill and more of conditioning, right? So when Mormon missionaries, and most Mormons have been on a mission, I have not, because I joined when I was 31, 32, right? But most Mormons have been on a mission. And a lot of it, there's something in Provo where I used to live by, and other parts of the world called MTC, the Missionary Training Center. A lot of it's conditioning. So it's conditioned to, oh, if you hear someone say this, you respond with this. If someone says these words, you respond with this, right? This is how you talk to people. MTC literally, I heard from missionaries, and you could probably find pictures online, but there's like literally like the rooms with doors where you practice like knocking on doors and talking with people, right? A lot of it's just conditioning and how to talk to people. And on top of that, many return missionaries go into sales, door-to-door sales. My roommate, or my old roommate rather, when I was living in Utah before I came here, he immediately after becoming a return missionary went door to door selling solar panels. A lot of them will go to like Amway or Vivint. Vivint is very popular in Utah, but it's basically an MLM, right? So it's the conditioning of what to say to specific responses, as well as how to carry yourself among different types of people. In fact, in my mid singles ward, they would separate the men from the women, and we had something called elders quorum, which is like basically a Sunday school for like.
Bro, the Mormons hacked him and booted him.
Where did we go? Okay, we're back. Sorry.
Right.
Sorry, we're back. I'm like talking, but like so in elders quorum in my mid singles ward, we were actually taught Catholics will say this.
Yeah,
so
because those
you say
tactics
this.
are all very similar from Mormon to Mormon. They all say the same thing. They all come with the same questions and answers. So what you're really saying is this: we've got to define the terms so it works out in my favor.
Exactly, and it sounds like
Hey, you're
theories
back.
of creations knows. Yeah, theories of creations know this. Sorry, I was giving a whole win, but yeah. So in elders quorum, they would be like, Catholics will ask you these questions, so you respond this way. Methodists will say this, so you say this. And like theories of creations were saying, it's literally the exact same across the board. And the way to trip them up is to get clear on terms. Because Mormons can't get clear on terms. Because if you were to ask me questions with my Mormon hat on, I would give you specific answers. But if you were to say, what do you mean by this? Well, this is what my bishop says, and you know that this is what the Book of Mormon says, and it immediately becomes a deflection because the individual cannot clarify the terms because they don't know how to.
So I
gotta
just want to
duck
give you a
out
quick
because,
back.
I gotta go make dinner, but it was good talking to you guys.
Yeah, you
Hey,
have
All
a
right,
good one.
Thomas, take care.
Hey, good seeing you,
Good seeing
ET.
you,
You
ET.
too.
Send me some meatballs, FedEx or something. No, he's gone.
Yeah,
wa-
I haven't
that-
had that in a while, man.
I know,
Why you
right?
gotta do this to me, bro?
But that
now I
actually-
gotta make meatballs.
That explains pretty well, Diamond Dave, why the first conversation I ever had on YouTube with Robert, I invited him to come talk about differences in theology, and he was not able to pin me down. And it makes sense because they're told, like, if you're Methodist, use this, if you're Catholic, use this, and I'm like a Messianic Baptist-Costal, so good luck.
Well, and that's actually one of the reasons why I fell through the cracks and never stayed, was because we didn't get clear on terms of what salvation, grace, and forgiveness is. If they said grace is, you know, what you defined as receiving something and not being worthy on it, I would not have joined at all because that is fundamentally antithetical to Hindu beliefs, right? But because they couldn't get clear on it, we just sat there, had a good time, and be like, oh, you have heavenly parents? We have heavenly parents. You have, you know, a whole series of afterlives and spirit prison and spirit paradise and, you know, celestial, terrestrial, celestial kingdom. Well, we have the caste system. It's the same thing. And we had a great time. And that's why within 2 meetings, they baptized me and they baptized me early, 2 meetings in. They were excited. I was excited. The bishop was excited. Everyone was excited. Turns out I was the only one that they baptized in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I reached out to them. So everyone's on board with this. And they're like, you know what? We'll baptize him now. He's moving to Utah for his promotion. We will give him the rest of the classes later. Let's just get him on board now because everyone's having fun.
Well, and that's the thing about Mormons. Like, the definitions of terms are all different. You know, if you ask a regular Christian about what it means to be damned, we'll tell you go to hell. Not you go to hell, but that's what being damned means, that you're going to hell. If you ask a Mormon what being damned means, they will tell you that you're damned up from having spirit offspring in the next life.
There's that, and there's also you're damned to spirit prison. But if someone does a baptism of the dead for you, a baptism by proxy, and you receive it, well, then you can still be elevated in the whole kind of like hierarchy of heavens, and you can progress and eventually end up in the celestial kingdom. But don't ask them how. They don't know. God will work it out in the end.
So so I've spoken to Robert, and all of my experiences with him was pretty good. I will say that I have cooked him in every interaction, especially yes. What was fun for me was when he cited a particular scholar that he thought actually backed him up, but didn't. When you actually read what the scholar said on the issue, but I kind of noticed that after our conversation about creation ex nihilo, their conversation switched, their argument switched to God being evil. So it's like, okay, you're going to grant something that's blatantly obvious in the scripture, sure, but now you're saying if God creates ex nihilo, he's evil. How does that make sense? And when asked to elucidate that, right? Brother Stephen actually went on the attack, and he made a brilliant point. But then somebody came in, and it's like they completely forgot the fact that that their argument was just completely crushed. They're behaving as if what they're saying is true. But what's more disturbing is that you're saying this about the God of the Bible, the same God you say that me and you worship, right? How
Well,
does it make
supposedly,
sense? Huh?
supposedly worship. Their God is
Supposedly.
completely different. Their
Yep.
Christ is completely different.
I mean, I already
In
figured
the
that
same book.
out,
Yeah.
but I'm granting that okay, maybe you just misunderstand God and God's nature, which is fine. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna press people on that, right? But you're arguing that the God that is mentioned in the book is a God that creates evil, who does evil. It made no sense. Like, why did that shift happen? I mean, yes, I remember the whole John chapter 1 thing, right? In terms of Jesus being God, they couldn't get around that, right?
Yeah.
And now the whole creation ex nihilo thing they get cooked on that. So now it's a situation where you're saying that God is evil? God created evil and sin? Like, please, someone explain to me, why did they start to engage in that type of argumentation? I'm
So
severely disappointed.
well, here's the thing, and they're actually moving away from that now because they're trying to be more mainstream Christian. Like you look at the branding, and like you can look up on Facebook, and this is a great example. Facebook, there are Mormon missionaries who will not use the word Mormon anymore, or even Church of Jesus Christ or Latter-day Saints. They will call themselves, hey, we're a part of a Christian community. And here's the info to come to our Christian services on Sunday. Right. So they're going more mainstream Christian, which is actually odd to me and other members, especially members older than myself, because even in 2020, with Mormonism and the I Am a Mormon campaign, what is the one thing we all were taught? We all were taught we are a peculiar people. We're not like everyone else. We have the restored gospel and other Christians don't. That's what makes us peculiar, is because we have the truth and other Christians don't. The Bible needs to be, the Bible needed to be restored because of, a bunch of stuff happened and everything was lost, yada, yada, yada. It had to be restored through Joseph Smith. That's what makes us peculiar. But now the church is moving away from that doctrine entirely, which is insane, and saying, well, we're actually Christian and, we worship Jesus and we do all these things. But if you look at the general conference talks where all the leaders get up, lately they talk about Jesus Christ. Go back to 1990. Find me a talk that references Jesus once. Do it. I would love to see it.
Wow.
I
So-
don't know of any.
So I have a just one more question. This one's for the panel.
Ask over.
right?
Ask away. I'm having fun.
If would you rather be Amish or Mormon?
Hold on. Can I before you jump into that and change subjects, can I plug one thing in, because I don't want to get away from this. This is basically, for the audience.
Go ahead, Rich.
I need to find the exact reference from the Book of Mormon where it talks about, you're after this life you get to be your own God and stuff like that, right?
Yes.
So
that is
here is I'm going to share this screen right here. This is just one slide that I came across that I think is very important. So let me know when it's up. This is from the Satanic Bible, the Book of Lucifer, Chapter 1. Each man is a god if he chooses to recognize himself as one.
That is also true. Yes.
The two things going on here scares the crud out of me for the Mormon Church, just because they are being deceived in one of Satan's tactics. One of the first things he said to Adam and Eve is, "You shall be like gods. You shall be like a god when you eat up from the knowledge of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil." It's the tactic from the very beginning, and he's just throwing just a little bit of more frosting on top of it. And now that the Mormon Church is claiming to be like Christians, it terrifies me. There's nothing about the Mormon religion that is of Christ. It is deceptive. Joseph Smith was one of the false prophets that Jesus warned us about. And for any Mormons listening, just start paying attention, open your mind, and your eternal salvation is based upon that choice. That is not the Christ that the Bible talks about. There's a false Christ, and it will lead you to eternal damnation.
Well, and here's the thing, and this is coming as a non-Christian. Mormonism cannot be Christian because the doctrine of polygamy still exists to this day in Mormonism. Now,
but it depends who you're talking to. I think the one we were talking to, Robert, doesn't accept it, and
because he's a Mormon. Yeah, he's a Mormon.
And that's again very hard to pin them down. If anybody can say, "Oh no, I don't believe in that," okay, but we're not attacking you; we're attacking the church.
No. Well, and something that I think Christians should be aware of in general is polygamy is still practiced in Mormonism to this day. Right? So here...
Officially, it was a big contention between the United States and the Mormon Church, and they had to give it up if they wanted to continue being a church at some point.
I'm going to push back on that. Here's how this works.
Okay.
Right? So, let's pretend my wife and I are Mormon. We get sealed in the temple. This sealing is an eternal marriage for all eternity. But my wife dies. I find another Mormon woman, and this has happened, and it's very common, and I am sealed to that woman. For all time eternity, at this point in time, I have 2 wives according to official Mormon doctrine to this day.
So you can have zombie wives?
Yeah, so how it works is the wife dies and goes off to like heaven or wherever it is, right? But here's the thing, I'm sealed to her, but if I seal to another woman, the first sealing applies, it doesn't go away. And the problem here is that if that wife dies and I get sealed to another, I have 3 wives, right? So officially, according to Mormon doctrine, and you can look this up, sealings can only be quote unquote reversed by the first presidency. And many women who have been in abusive situations will get divorced, but they're still sealed for eternity to their husbands. So according to Mormon doctrine, if you are a woman and you're beaten by your husband and you leave him, when you die, you are still his eternal wife. And if he gets sealed to
Bruh.
another woman after that divorce, according to Mormon doctrine, he is sealed to 2 wives. So it's polygamy by a different way, just because it's not like the FLDS or the AUB where they all have like wives, right? They're still considered to be wives, just not on this earth. And the Mormon church and Mormons will treat them as wives, just not on this earth. You can look at, I believe it's President Nelson had 2 wives. And if you look at how the members and the first presidency and all the leadership treat those women, they don't treat them as, okay, there's the deceased wife, there's this woman and there's now his wife, whatever. They're all deceased, but they still talk about them as though they are all married at this time simultaneously.
That's insane, bro.
By the way, I do want to remember the comment of Rich, because I do want to ask, what is their take on that statement by Satan? Like, theologically, yes, they agree that Satan was in the garden, he did what he did, but what about that verse? And what about the fact that you are God after you die? And I want to see how he will try to reconcile those two.
I'm trying to remember back to the debate. I think I asked them that same question. They rephrased it to sound not so evil and satanic. Like it was, he wasn't actually saying that exact thing. I don't remember how they translated it, but along those lines.
Yeah, because if he's saying that, well, what Satan said that wasn't exactly that, then you're saying Satan was right and he didn't lie. I don't know. I gotta ask him next time. Is it tomorrow? Yeah, right.
I'm gonna try and
tomorrow.
make this because I'm gonna kind of lay low because I got into it with Robert Kerr, but I kind of want to see how this plays out because Bill Reel, if I remember correctly, used to be an apologist for the Mormon Church. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of how he approaches things.
Dave, I would love to see you jump in for the open panel that we usually have after those debates.
Yeah, if I can, that could be interesting. He might not like me because I'll be honest, I was pretty harsh and unfair to a lot of Mormons, and I did troll him a lot, and I banned him a few times for the group. But yeah, it'll still be fun.
Well,
Yeah.
I think that you, out of all people, have that right if you are actually a member that left their church. I mean, I don't have
Yep.
that right, or Rich,
That's
but
fair.
you, right? You were
Well,
there.
here's a fun fact. To the best of my knowledge, right? So here's how leaving the Mormon church works. You can walk away from the church, but my name is still on the rolls to the best of my knowledge. I haven't, I'm in another country, so I don't know if I've got any letters saying otherwise. Right? But in order to resign, you have to get a notarized document and send it to them. So
That doesn't
technically,
make any
I'm
sense.
still a member, technically.
That doesn't make any sense because supposedly you're eternally part of the church, and a worldly document that's notarized by the United States government is how you leave the church. That doesn't make any sense.
There's a lot of things about Mormonism that doesn't make sense. So there's an apologist. They say they're not apologists, but they kind of go to bat for the church. So I call them apologists, called Ward Radio. And I used to be a big super chatter. I was one of the top 3 funders of that. If you go back a year, you'll see me super chatting up a storm. Right?
Mhm.
And one of the things about that is they have several episodes where Jesus is an ascended master. And part of eternal progression is to be like Jesus, to be co-heirs with Christ. And they take that Bible verse to be co-heirs with Christ, and they mean we are equal to Jesus. And this
Yeah,
is
that's
where,
what Satan was saying. You can be as gods, equal as
exactly.
Jesus. It doesn't work.
This is where some people are probably thinking, and if you are, you're right. But if you're thinking that this is the start of the theology of how you get your own planet, you are correct. Because Jesus came to save this planet, right? But if we're equal to Jesus, why would we not get our own planets to nurture, to love, to populate, to save? That's how they interpret being co-heirs. Go look it up. They have several videos on this.
I believe it.
We're gonna have a blast tomorrow.
Is it going to be at the same time? I'm kind of curious.
Let me check it out and let you know.
I think
I'm gonna
he's-
have to get some beer for this one. This one's gonna be wild. Let me tell you. Like, oh my god.
Okay, so it is tomorrow. Oh, I can't be the one to tell you exactly the hour, because okay, so it's 1 hour before right now.
All right, let me look it up because my time zone is gonna be different.
The time zone is, but if you go by that, it's 1 hour before right now. It starts.
So 8 o'clock Eastern.
Okay. 8
Well,
o'clock
you're
Eastern.
the
So,
other side.
okay, so 8 o'clock Eastern, that's 8 o'clock my time. Okay, I should be able to make that, assuming I don't get caught up in another podcast.
7 p.m. Central, yeah, 8 p.m. Eastern, according to.
Yeah, okay, so it's a 12-hour difference. I should be able to make that, provided I don't get pulled onto another podcast.
My
Oh.
friends and brother in Christ, I gotta head out. Should we shut it down, or you wanna chill with Didi?
That's fine.
I can stay. I can chill. It doesn't matter. It's up to theories, I guess.
We had so many subjects tonight. Wow, and that was a like random stream, completely unplanned, and it went through so much. It was very fun. That I'm exhausted, and it's 4 a.m., 4:13. So, heading out. Good to see you all. Thanks for being around, Didi. We love you.
Yeah, no worries.
And your arguments and discussion. You're a great one.
Thank you.
And Richard, see you soon, my brother.
Good night, man.
See you on the next one.
They're your dogs.
God bless you all.
One of these days, I'm going to be out there and baptize you. We'll find a way to make it.
Oh, you're welcome. More than welcome. Make it summertime. Not for me and the water, for you. If you come to Greece, it has to be summertime.
Okay.
Right? See you soon.
Maybe I can do a GoFundMe or something like that. We'll make it happen.
The funny thing is how cheap are tickets if you don't come in the summertime. Like in the summertime, you need like 2K to come and return trip. And right now you need like 500 return trip.
Yeah, it's cheaper.
Wow.
It's
like,
cheaper.
So cheap. Now, I don't know with what's going on. The plane companies are canceling like 20,000 flights each because of the whole gasoline thing, that's going on. So I think by the summertime, if this doesn't get fixed and it becomes an eternal war, there will be no flights, guys. Like,
Oh, I mean, I think it'll happen. It'll depend. Like when it comes to when it comes to countries, like I don't know about Greece, but like America, there's still stupid amounts of flights. Like I've been watching it, and from like Mongolia to America, there's still plenty of flights available, right? With obviously like stops in China or South Korea, right? So I would have to think that like if Mongolia can do it, I'm sure that he could get to Greece. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
but we're still like, more than a month in. And right now I just read that the second airline cancels all its summer flights.
Which one? Which American? I gotta look this
Yeah,
up.
it asks me to accept the cookies in order to even scroll. And I'm not gonna accept them. I'm not gonna consent. Okay, so major airlines are being forced to cancel. I did read for one that canceled 20,000 flights, and that's a lot. That's a big number, dude.
Which airline?
$2,500. Wow.
Right now,
Well,
Yeah.
lie, which you're right. But
yeah.
I don't know if
July.
we can
Check
do
it out for now.
maybe next month, and I'll talk
Check
to
it out for now and see how funny the difference is. Like it's gonna be $500 round trip.
Yeah, that makes sense. Remember finding tickets from here to Hawaii for like about $400. Yeah, $500 in February. But peak of the tourist season, that makes sense. I'm
Yeah,
used
my one way business class. I flew business class out here, and that was about like 1,500, and that was in April. That's when prices start to get kicked up. But still, I mean, flying from Utah to California to China to Mongolia for $1,500 in business class, like wild. Like it's
yeah,
pretty
not
cheap.
bad.
It ain't bad at all.
All right, guys, I'm heading out. Good seeing
Good night,
ya.
man.
God bless you all. See you soon.
Good night, man.
Have a good one.
So why'd you go to Mongolia, Dave?
I met my wife in a Discord channel 2 years ago.
Oh, cool.
And then, so for the first year, we actually didn't get along at all. But because we play on a Minecraft server, family-friendly Minecraft server together, but then we started talking and we found out we have very similar religious views, very similar worldview, the exact same morals and values, right, at the core. And then we looked at like our businesses and what our goals for life were, and they were like very much aligned. And then that's when things started happening. And then about 4 months later, I quit my job at Wells Fargo, and I just flew from Utah to Mongolia one way, and I've been here ever since.
Quite a good change, man. What are you doing now?
So what I do now, other like my gaming channel, like I make more than I make about as much or more than the average salary here in Mongolia just off of my one channel.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So like so far in the last 28 days, I'm like at 800 and let me check because I'm starting to upload stuff to Facebook. I think I'm at almost $900 in the last month I've made alone.
So is that just off of like say YouTube doing their monetization, or is it off Discord?
Correct.
Or stuff?
Correct. It's just YouTube monetization, almost $900.
Okay.
And then I do my own personal thing is social media management as well as consulting. So YouTube channels that want to grow, that want to get monetized, or they want to like get conversions to bring people to a website or donate, whatever it is, I work with them.
I might actually talk to you when I get some more income coming in, because I've been wanting to do that, but I don't want to monetize my YouTube channel. I basically want to grow, the numbers and stuff like that.
Grow numbers and stuff. Okay. Can you afford $50?
In a couple weeks I can. My money's so tight right now, but
no, that's fine. So what I normally do is like a month package for $200, but I also offer like an hour overhaul for $50.
Okay. Yeah.
So and that's just a one-time thing. That's just a one-time thing. So $50.
Just get in and learn. We could do something like that,
Yeah, and I can basically break down. You might want to get a pen and paper and take notes, because like what I'm going to do for you in an hour is normally what I do for people in like 4 hours over a month.
Would you be all right if I were to record it like OBS type of thing, just so I can go back and reference it?
That's fine. Yeah,
I won't share it with anybody or sell it or anything.
That doesn't bother me, even if you did record it and share it, because it's unique to your channel, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, people might be able to get bits and pieces that'll work, but it's designed specifically for your channel, your thumbnail, your brandings, what your goals are. And if someone else has completely different goals, okay, they learn how to make hashtags.
Right.
Like, whatever. That's fine. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, dude, I'd definitely be interested in doing that. I mean, you obviously, make a living, professionally doing it,
Yeah,
Um,
I've been doing this about a year, and I actually volunteer for a different YouTube channel. I've been doing this for about a year, and I've got my own stuff too. So I decided after what it's been more than 6 years. From 2018 to now, I've been a content creator, and I'm finally starting to be like, hey, I'm gonna do consulting, and I'm gonna show people what I've learned on Facebook, on YouTube, and you know what I mean. So
right.
I've got the backing behind it, and then
Well, did
I
it take
also
you that long to start being able to make this kind of money, or did you finally really sit down and decide I'm going to do this full time?
so I sat down maybe about a month ago, and started hashing it out, right? Because before I did it as a hobby, and as a hobby, I made like on average $350 to $400 when I was in America.
Right.
Now, that's fine. That was fine for me because my rent payment for a shared bedroom was $400. So
Yeah.
it's like, okay, I have a hobby, it pays my rent, and I'm fine. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Within the past month of my wife encouraging me to sit down and hash it out, I'm like almost tripled my income of just like literally pouring all my time and stuff into this, and everything's overhauled. It runs itself. So,
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah. As a small business owner, I know how tough that grind can be. It takes a lot of sacrifice and dedication and focus and whatnot. And the
It
results of
does.
how much you make is really, based upon your motivation and how many hours you put in.
Well,
Um,
exactly. And something that like cuz I get a lot of flack for being a grown man that like makes money playing video games, right? Like in order to get to where I am to where I can like live off of playing video games and consulting and stuff like that. For 6 years, I worked full time at a corporate bank job, and then I would stream every single day, Monday through Sunday, for 4 hours a day, on top of working 8 hour shifts. So I would literally go to work, come home, stream for 4, maybe 5 hours, go to bed, wake up, and repeat it. And then Saturdays and Sundays, I would stream more.
right,
So
right.
it is a grind. It's definitely like a business, and you're not gonna. It's not a get rich quick scheme like a lot of
Oh
people.
no, no. Hard work shows it. Um,
Exactly.
I know a lot of people. I don't know if you do, but a lot of people give Elon Musk strife just because he's so wealthy and they hate him. But what they don't realize is he works 16 hours a day and barely takes the day
He's
off.
oh yeah, like I no, and he's one of the people that I actually respect because like what a lot of people don't know is Elon Musk literally slept on an office floor.
Yeah,
Right, he slept on
on
an
top.
office floor. He slept, and there's pictures of him sleeping like he's young and bald, and he's sleeping on his first like warehouse floor. Right, he had no life. I had no life. Right, which is probably a good thing, having come off of like heroin and getting my life together, working a corporate job. Right, you don't want any variables like that. Right, so it's like when you build your own business, you pour everything into it.
You have
And
to.
you have to. And then, yeah. And it's like now, after all this time, I'm 37. I do what I love. I go to bed when I want. I wake up when I want. And I have to like just grind out videos. It's still a grind because I have to drop 2 videos every 3 to 4 days, long form videos. I drop 2 shorts on 2 channels every single day. And then I do live streams, right? So I do live streams in between all that, and that's where people super chat, give channel memberships, and just be a part of the community. And then in my free time now, I'm talking with you guys, and I'm learning and I'm listening. But if you see me looking to the left,
Yeah, I see you kind of going back and forth working on something else all the time.
I have a screen here, and I'm literally running my channel as I do it.
Okay.
I'm literally because like I was thinking about this a couple days ago. It's like I have a Facebook page. I'm making it family friendly again. Why am I not posting on it? So if I don't have anything to add, or if you guys are answering and I'm listening, it helps me to process by doing something, by building that muscle memory.
Right, right.
So I'm literally uploading family-friendly Minecraft shorts to my Facebook page while we're having this conversation.
Right.
And my
So-
Facebook is monetized too. So once this gets up and running, maybe after a month or two, then I'll start to see consistent income.
Okay.
And I'm going to be dropping 2 shorts a day and a post every day.
That's not bad. So how much time do you spend on video editing? Like if you like record something on Minecraft or whatever. I played the game for like 15 minutes. I didn't really like it, but I played a few. There's some that I was really
Mhm.
good at that I spent a lot of time on. But say for example, do you like do a 4-hour grind and video edit the whole thing for like an hour, or is it like 1 hour grind to and 5
Not
hours?
usually. So mine is like ASMR style. Mine is relaxing, right? You listen to me talk, you hear fun sounds in the background, and there's nice like elevator music to it, right?
Okay.
So what I'll do is like, all right, I'll get on for an hour. I'm gonna record stuff. Actually, let me clarify. For my Fallout, I just record, add music, and send it. Make a thumbnail and send it. I don't do any editing
Live?
whatsoever.
Okay.
Live stream, same thing. Yeah, it's just basically a live, hey, start to finish, we're going to clean up this particular town or this particular building. The inside of it, there's trash, there's debris. And then I just clean it up in a straight shot. I add music, I send it with the thumbnail and all the stuff. Now with Minecraft, it'll be a little bit longer. So I'll play like 3 hours of Minecraft, let's just say. And then I'll cut out all the dead spots. And as I'm listening to it, I'll listen for like, did I accidentally swear? Did I accidentally say Jesus? Cut that out. But that I basically cut out all the dead spots so it's not boring. And it goes from 3 hours to 30 minutes. And then I just slap music on and I send it. I don't do any like cool explosions or like shift changes or like any audio. I just literally cut out dead spots, make sure it's family friendly, send it out the door. I do very.
How long does it take you to do all that editing process in a 3-hour video? I mean, do you?
Minecraft can be about 20 to 30 minutes.
Uh-huh.
Fallout 4, where it's cleaning, maybe 5 or 10 minutes. Just to like get all the stuff in, and then I like at the very end of my outro, I like to thank my channel members, and I have 34 paying channel members right now.
Nice.
So you know you got to get all the little pictures up, and then you got to make sure they pop up at the right times. But other than that, I literally just add music, add the images, make sure it fits, and then export it and upload it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to doing a deep dive on how I can improve my ministry and my channel and stuff like that. Just by some of the ways you were talking about your video game thing.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously, it's going to be different, right? So your thumbnails are going to be more. It's not going to be like explosions with like a face of like, oh my goodness, But it's going to be more centered around ministry. It's going to be less imagery. Maybe a picture of you. I have to like do a deep dive on your channel, but I'm thinking just off of the thumbnails, maybe just you or like someone you interview, right? So one on each side, and then 2 or 3 words of text, and that's it.
Okay. Yeah,
And
I
then we
don't really like
optimize-
using AI for thumbnails, or I know Steven uses a lot of it, and a lot of YouTube channels are doing that. I think actually Mr. Beast had some incredible success with AI, but I've got this topic for a different time, but I don't trust it. And I know every time we use it, it learns. I don't want to sound like a conspiracy wacko or whatever, but I think it's.
I'm giving you a free tip. I'm giving you all free tips in the chat right now. Free tips from me. So the first site, remove.bg. If you have a picture of you and there's a background, remove.bg for free will remove the background and leave just you and the person that you want to interview.
Right.
Canva.com didn't come up, but Canva, you just take the pictures of you and the other person and slap it on like a pre-made background. You can edit it, you can change the colors. It's very simple. I can, like, when we sit down and work together, I will show you how it works. It is completely free. You don't have to do the paid thing. But
Okay.
you will have like a professional thumbnail just by slapping you and someone else on and then like typing out text and maybe adding a couple pretty colors.
Okay.
It's very straightforward.
Yeah, after I catch up with this debt that I'm in, I'll send you some money and we'll schedule a time to do it, man.
For sure. I don't know. Let me. Where's the private chat? Private chat. I'm gonna throw my I'm gonna throw my private chat in the or my private chat. I'm gonna throw my email in the private chat so you can reach out to me whenever, right? And this is what I like tell people because I don't want to like gatekeep anyone. If you have general questions like, hey, why does this video not doing well? I'll just answer it, right? You don't have to pay me to answer questions.
Oh,
You
that,
only-
that will definitely come up in the questions
Yeah.
in our
And I
thing.
mean, that's why we're talking about this here, because it's not like, it's not like anything extensive. People, right? So like you can ask basic questions and I'll answer algorithm and specific videos, whatever. But if you want me to do, okay, why is my channel not working? Do a deep dive, help me get monetized, help my ministry. That's when I charge, because I literally spend a good 3 to 5 hours of literally analyzing all of your videos, analyzing all of your thumbnails, bouncing it off of ChatGPT, and then running metrics of like how many subscribers you've gained or lost. And like I do a full deep dive. I go hard. So
Well, I mean, as you should charge. I mean, that's your profession. That's one thing that you specialize in. So,
oh yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Trust me. Like I keep my prices reasonable, but it's definitely not free.
yeah, $50 is a steal for it's going to take you 3 to 5 hours to go through all that stuff.
Well, yeah, and I mean,
My channel isn't that big; it shouldn't take you that long to go through it. But
yeah, well, I still spend that amount of time because even if it's not that big, I spend time doing research, right? And in your case, I'm not familiar with ministry. So
Yeah.
I have to compare your channels to successful ministry channels with like hundreds of thousands of millions of followers. What are they doing that you want? What do
Yeah.
they have that you don't? What about their channel draws me to click and random people to click, but yours doesn't, right? So $50 an hour, I mean, yeah, it's a steal, but from my perspective, $50 an hour in Mongolia, I am easily upper middle class and can eat out every day and live
Yeah.
a free lifestyle.
well,
So
that just happens to be the exact same hourly wage I charge in my handyman business. So,
yeah.
it's a good number, and it works for me too. So,
Yeah. And once I get more clients, because I'm just starting out, but once I get more clients, then the price will over time get kicked up, as you know, as a handyman, because as a handyman, the more clients you get, the more people that want your attention.
yeah,
But you can't meet everyone's needs and you're very specialized, so the price goes up.
yeah,
That's how it works.
yeah.
And
Right
that's
now-
what liberals need to learn. Liberals need to learn, and this is coming from a guy who lives in a socialist country, right? Like, you charge what you're worth because it has value. Yes, I do agree with nationalized healthcare to a point. Yes, having taxes pay for things is fine, but at the end of the day, you get what you pay for. If you want a government-run service and you pay nothing out of pocket for it, you're going to get a government-run service equal to $0. But if you want a handyman like you or someone like me, you're going to be spending some money, but you're going to get what you pay for.
Yeah, that's
So,
true, man. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I could go off on the liberal tangent, for for a long time, but I try to keep politics off of this channel because it just frustrates me, and you don't want my
Yeah.
thoughts on liberalism, and I've got friends that are liberals, but
I have a lot of friends that are liberals,
my
so-
older brother, he's a really, really big liberal, and honestly, he won't. He decided to disown me and my younger brother because he can't get free health care, and it's our fault because we voted for Trump, and so he decided not to talk to us. That's how brainwashed he is.
I just want to say this because I spent time in England, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I spent time in England. I'm familiar with the NHS. I live in Mongolia, where we have free healthcare, or Mongolian citizens have free healthcare. I have been to a state-run hospital for my marriage thing, right? Because you have to get a blood test, psych eval. They are overcrowded. The people are underpaid. It's free, but the doctors are overpaid, or the doctors are underpaid, they're overworked, they're understaffed, right? Everyone goes there because their taxes pay for it, so the lines are insane.
Well, that makes perfect sense. I mean, we were talking about, your wage, you're going to pay for something in value. I mean, what do you call the person who finishes last place in medical school? You call him a doctor. He's the guy you're going to see at those free places because his transcripts are so low, he can't get a job at a really big hospital where those top knowledgeable and really good surgeons make $500,000 a year or whatever. Just
exactly. And I want to let people in on a secret, because if you're not familiar with like countries with nationalized healthcare, there are state-run hospitals where a lot of people go to. There are also private hospitals where it's much cheaper than the US, but it still costs money, right? It's still equivalent, right? You are paying a lot more than you would at the state-run hospital, even for prescriptions, right? Everyone who can afford it chooses to go to Intermed Hospital because it's German quality. And it also has like Chinese quality stuff too, which, they have very good medical stuff. So it's foreign quality. The doctors are not underworked. They are not understaffed. And the treatment is like good, right? Like when I got a colonoscopy and endoscopy at that hospital, I got an AI printout of a treatment plan based off of like the images and what it saw, right? And the likelihood of that cancerous polyp coming back. You don't get that at a state-run hospital. Now, all that cost me, it cost us, I think, I don't know, like maybe $200, right? It's not much compared to the American medical system out of pocket. $200 in Mongolia is a lot of money. But people who can afford it will go there because of the quality of the treatment plan. The people who can afford it are like, I mean, yes, free things are nice. Don't get me wrong. I like free things, but you will not catch me dead going to a state hospital if there's an emergency. I will pay money to go to the private hospital.
Right.
And that is true for native people in their own country. You don't see wealthy people going to like some state-run hospital waiting in lines and like going from one doctor to the next because some doctor just happened to take that room and then the specialist is in another room and then their backlog come back another day. No wealthy person is going to do that. No one who can afford to pay is going to do that. They're going to pay to get what they're paying for.
Yeah. It reminds me of something when I was, I don't know, around 20. So late teens, early 20s, I was on and off the streets for about 4 or 5 years, right? Wouldn't change the experience, for anything. It really opened my eyes to a lot of things. But anyway, I don't know how it happened, but just something minor. I had this big cyst right up here on my forehead, stuck out like 3/4 of an inch. It was really ugly. It just kind of annoyed the heck out of me, and wasn't much pain there. But anyway, I went to like a free clinic in a liberal town, and I remember going in there for the surgery, The lady went in there and cut it open and spent about 30 minutes looking around on how she could remove this thing. Didn't figure it out. Had her another nurse come in and look at it, and combine between them, they couldn't do anything, and they just sewed it back up. Like, sorry, we couldn't do anything. There's a nice scar on your forehead with the lump, but it didn't cost me anything out of pocket. 6 months later, I had a good job where I had really good insurance, and I went to a dermatologist who was a trained professional and charged a good amount. 15 minutes later, I was in and out of there. The thing was gone. He knew exactly what he was doing, covered the scar up. You can barely see it. That's just another example of,
Exactly.
And
that's the thing too, is like here in Mongolia, we have doctors that make house calls. You can call a doctor to your house and they'll do blood tests and stuff. That actually happened to my wife because she has an iron deficiency, right? And so she wasn't feeling well whatsoever, didn't know why. A doctor came out to her house, set up an IV in the house, and did blood tests for her and my mother-in-law. I declined it, but he offered it to all of us.
nice.
Guess what, guys? That is not free. That is not part of the state-run free system.
Especially
But-
if you actually come out to your house and do it,
Oh yeah, that is definitely not free. But he was very skilled. He knew immediately what was wrong. Like he was talking to her and talking to me, and then immediately he goes over to like the pile of vitamins and just like starts going through them. And he's like, "Okay, you stop taking this. You take this less. You take this more. Blah blah blah. Here's an
Wait,
IV.
you mean
here's
there's
a
an actual doctor who has knowledge in nutrition?
Oh,
I
here
didn't think
it's
those
huge.
existed.
Well, when I moved to Mongolia, this is the wildest thing. This blew my mind. In America, I grew up hearing if someone has a concussion, they need bed rest, do not touch them. Here in Mongolia, I came out here. There is an entire chain of they're medical professionals, but they're blind. It is weird, but you can look it up. And what they do is they are blind people who are trained to give massages, and they can literally massage the concussion away.
Really?
I did not think that was a thing. I thought my wife was making that up until I looked into it. And that's part of the Eastern holistic medical practice. And my wife has said, yeah, I've had a concussion before. I went there 2 or 3 treatments and completely fine. No bed rest needed. None. And I'm just like, excuse me, you might need to go talk to some American doctors because I've never heard of this. Right. But yeah, the doctors here are trained on nutrition. We actually know a doctor. She's one of my wife's clients who's an internist who basically focuses on all the internal organs. Right.
Mm.
And like one of the things I've learned is in order to be an internist, like she had to do like not just organ study, but nutrition study as well.
I want to tell these stories to my brother. He just graduated a couple years ago for structural integration therapy or Rolfing kind of thing. You haven't heard of it. It's amazing stuff. Basically, they reform the muscle memory to what it usually should be. And in class, he said he basically got a man with scoliosis. I think he was like 76 or something. Got his
Okay.
spine to almost be perfectly back to normal. He said he needed a few more sessions, but in his class, they were moved on to other thing. But it's amazing stuff. Did wonders for my back. Structural integration therapy, Rolfing, what's it? Anatomytrains.com, I think is their website. It's I'd like to say it's a form of deep tissue massage, but the techniques are completely different. Just focus on certain areas to kind of release the muscles back to what they.
That sounds very familiar to what I'm talking about with like I don't know if they're monks or what they are, but like I've been to that place a couple times and there's like a very heavy spiritual vibe and they just it's wild. But that's very similar to what they do. And I've actually been considering that for like my back and my spine because they do
Good.
the same thing massage. I'm leery about it because A, I've never done it before, and B, my wife says it hurts like hell. But
It
you know.
does. It does. at least my brother, he asks, how much pressure that they want to go into, and I say go all out, But there's some
Yeah.
parts, like where there are knots, for example. I don't know the proper terminology, but he'll just set his finger on one point, barely any pressure, and it's like agony. What he's doing, and he's working that out, and he's going from that point and just loosening that whole thing up. Eventually, it doesn't hurt anymore. Talking to a guy with back problems like my whole life, and he just gets rid of them. He'll
Yeah.
look, he'll see the way your shoulders are setting and the way your pelvis is setting, and they'll make adjustments from there and put your body back in its proper posture just from releasing, the muscle memory that you naturally have. Check out anatomytrains.com and do some research, man. It is amazing stuff.
Yeah, it sounds very similar to like Eastern massage and like holistic medicine, right? And I'm heavily considering it. But like it sounds like the difference is like here, and this is just maybe just an Asian thing or a Mongolian thing. I don't know. I don't really speak the language, but it sounds like they just go for it, right? And the reason is because they approach it from like a spiritual angle. Like there's an aspect of spiritual healing with this as well, and there's also the mentality of what we're talking about too, where you are paying money for this. People pay them money not just for a nice relaxing massage. People pay them to get well.
It's not cheap. It's like $120 an hour, but it's worth it.
Really? Here it's a lot cheaper.
Is it?
Here it's a lot cheaper, yeah. But I mean, the cost of living is different too.
I could probably save money, buy a flight out there, just get it done, a complete 12 series, fly back.
But I mean, those people, they're very, I can just tell they're very good at their craft, and they are being paid money to do this. So it's not a matter of like, there's no like kind of, oh, how much pressure do you want? Or, oh, is this hurting? It's like, you are paying me money. You wish to be healed. I am going to heal you. And they just go, dude. And it's kind of wild, but
yeah, I mean,
so
I don't trust
that,
doctors,
pain is weakness in the body, kind of a thing. They're working out all that quote unquote negative energy, they're just working it out. It's like, yeah, it's gonna suck, but you'll thank me later, kind of a thing.
Yeah. It works, man. I mean, yeah, it is a little uncomfortable, but in the end, like your spine's back to where it needs to be. Your sciatica isn't stretched and stressed anymore. I mean, I walked
my posture is trash, so that's probably gonna help me a ton. But yeah, and it's interesting to see the different dynamics in like Western medicine and Eastern medicine, and even combining with just like socialism. Because like there are some aspects of socialism I do agree with. The overall problem comes with making everything state run. Because even in Europe, even in Scandinavian countries, there's still optional private insurance, which conveniently people like to pay for. There are private hospitals, which again, people conveniently like to pay for, right? So it's not like a pure socialistic, everything is state run is going to be good, right? I prefer a hybrid approach personally, right? And the reason for that, especially like being here, not everyone can afford intermed, right? Mongolia is still a second world nation. It's developing, right?
Yeah.
So it does make sense to have something, right? Some type of medical services and some type of education services for everyone, even those who can't afford it. To me, that makes sense, right? What I don't agree with is saying, okay, we need to take all the private stuff and make it state run. Because I've seen how the hospitals are run here and nobody likes it. Not even the doctors or the nurses. Nobody likes it, right? So I tend to take more of a balanced approach. Because on the flip side, in America, where everything is privatized, that's when you get price gouging. And that's where you get pharmaceutical companies making all these backdoor deals. It's like, okay, you're going to charge this for insulin. all right, we'll lower our prices to this if you raise our prices for like I don't know, morphine. If you raise our prices to this, we'll lower our insulin prices to this. Right? So they get rich
It all
and
comes
then
down to greed, you know.
exactly, yeah.
I
And
was
then
at a
the average
client's
person
house.
gets screwed, you know.
I was at a client's house. He had to check into a specialist hospital for 9 days, and they charged him $10,000 a day just to be in there, and didn't really get any results. Got him hooked on some medication while he was in there, so the money keeps coming in. It's just, they're just a bunch of crooks. I mean, I don't trust pharmaceutical companies or doctors. I mean,
Yeah.
back in 1996, my mom had leukemia. She was going through a bunch of stuff, and after some, for 25 years, I thought it something completely different happened. But after finding out some things from a private investigator funded by a family member, they, pressured her into taking a experimental medication. And 40 minutes after she took it, she was dead. I don't
Wow.
trust greedy hospitals. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I see. I don't trust American hospitals either for that reason because they push things. Like here in Mongolia, they gave me a list of treatment options, and they're like, "All right, here are your options. We highly encourage you to come back because you did have a cancerous polyp, but there are treatment options. Come back, make sure you eat healthy." And I even got a nutrition thing. I forgot to mention that. I got a nutrition thing. So even though I had a cancerous polyp that they like removed, everything else is fine. They're like, all right, so come back in 2 years, which is now going to be like 1 year, and monitor the situation. Right, there are treatment options available, but here's also a nutrition plan. Eat whatever you want, but if you start to have like excessive amounts of like stomach problems, then go back to the brat diet for 5 days, and then go back and test it out. Right, I
Hey,
got a
Dave,
whole
real,
yeah.
real
They
quick,
didn't put
something just came to mind. We do stream this on YouTube and whatnot, and I know talking about medicine and the medical industry is one of those things they like to silence you about. I don't know if it's as big of a deal since the Great Deception, 6 years ago, but I don't know if we should.
within the first 7 minutes. After that is fine. Also, you guys, from what Steven said, are not monetized, correct?
No,
Then
no.
it doesn't matter. They demonetize channels for that.
Well,
But
I'm
if you're
talking
not,
about shutting them down and striking them and getting them.
that
deleted.
is only from what I have seen algorithmically. That only has to do with the certain jabby jab.
Right, right.
Well, when it comes to talking about hospitals in general, because I mean, there are good things about hospitals that nobody can deny, right? I mean, modern medical Western technology has brought great medical advancements, and that's a wonderful thing, and
Yeah.
nobody's disputing that. There are just particular points that we disagree with, right? And since we're talking about it in that context, it's okay.
Right.
They
It, it's
just get more upset over the conspiracy theory and like jabby jab talk.
Is it conspiracy theory or are they actually onto something and that's why they got to shut them up?
So from what I've seen, it's a mix of both, to be perfectly honest with you. I've seen a lot of wild conspiracy theories, even about Western medicine. Like I've seen YouTube channels talk about how all medicine, all medication is pharmakia, and if you take any type of medicine or any type of vitamin, you will be possessed by Satan
Right.
because pharmakia is witchcraft.
Yeah.
Those channels do exist, right? We can't deny it. Those channels do exist. There are wacky, wild conspiracy things
Yeah.
out there that are different than legitimate concerns, and not even concerns, questions, right? And I've been on many podcasts talking about similar things, never been demonetized, never been shut down, because my approach isn't to attack, it's to ask questions, right? So, like, my question would be Western medical science. Why does Western medical science say the treatment for concussions is bed rest and, things of that nature? But here in the East, there are actual medical practices where massage is used, right? Things like that. Like those are more my questions, and I've never seen a channel demonetized for that personally, or even questioning treatment plans, right? You know, because I am legitimately curious. Why does the Western medical, Society of Institutions, why do they push medicine so hard? But when I move here, I have options, but I get predominantly a treatment plan and come back in this time frame, call us if you have questions. And for that matter, why is it that I can call a doctor to my house? like that still blows my mind, because my
Your
understanding,
country
my
isn't
limit,
overrun by lawyers. That's probably.
well, maybe that could be it. Maybe that's it, because like to the best of my understanding, that died out in like what? Doctors making house calls died out in what, 1940, 1950s?
Yeah, way before my time. I mean, my guess is like if it's not a sanitary environment, they have an excuse to file a major lawsuit. That's
Oh, okay, that makes sense. And so it's a liability thing. Like here in Mongolia, it's like doctors will show up. They still sanitize things. It's a normal thing, but they just, they'll give you an IV or whatever, and there are companies that'll come out. We actually did this when I first moved here, but there's like a company that, like, for people who work all the time, because Asian work culture is insane, right? There's several companies that'll come out to your house and give you an IV of just vitamins. It's like a banana bag. It's a banana bag, basically, right? What the US hospitals will give you. And they'll come to your house and they'll sit with you for a bit, and they'll just hang out with you as you take the IV, and then you get it, and then they leave, right? And it's got all the vitamins and potassium and stuff. And there are employees who do that because they can't maintain a healthy diet, right? Because of the work schedules being so crazy.
yeah.
So it's just interesting to me to like live in a country again as an adult and being aware of how non-litigious Mongolians are, right? Because the difference between Mongolians and Americans, from what I've seen, is in America everything is a liability. In Mongolia, they won't sue you. Many people will just go to a shaman to like have a curse placed on you. That is very common, and that is why like occult businesses, and I do have an occult business as well that I don't promote here out of respect for you guys. That is why my occult business does pretty well, let me tell you. That is a very popular thing, but it's not litigious. So
Yeah, they're definitely different cultures, man. I mean, I've always wondered what it'd be like living outside of this country, because this is all I've really known, So, yeah. Well, it's getting up on about 10 o'clock, and I know my dogs need to at least go out. But
yeah, we can end it here. I think we can end it here.
yeah,
Yeah, it's good. I'll definitely make a note to try and make it tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Let me actually here. I'm gonna do you one better. I'm gonna go to Proverbs Guy Ministries live page. Is the LDS Church true Robert Gurr versus former LDS Bishop? Notify me. There, I'll get a notification on all my screens and my phone. There we go. Problem solved. Now I can.
Amazing time talking to you, getting to know you a little better, brother. Maybe another day you got to tell me about why you have to take a psych exam to get married out there in that country. I wonder if that'd save a lot of marriages out in this country.
Send that to me in email, and then we can maybe talk about it a bit on a show at some point.
Yeah,
We'll do that.
Hey, glad you're hanging out with us, man.
Yeah, you have a good one.
Yeah, have a good night.
You do too.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, all those nights when you got no lights and the check is in the mail, and your little angel hung the cowed by its tail. Your third fiance didn't show. Well, sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and you're always glad they came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows